Some stories arrive like a storm, all drum and flash. Not this one. This one arrives like a hush at the edge of a pillow, like the way the night takes your hand and says, softly, I'm here. We're telling it because we care about you and about the brave, sleepy parts of your heart that nobody else sees. You are loved in this room we're making together, a gentle room of words and breath. Before we begin the story, tell us, where in the world are you watching from and what time is it there? Now grab your coffee and let's get started. He came into the world on a night so quiet that the stars seemed to listen. The midwife heard the wind outside and thought it was a lullaby. The baby blinked, and for a moment the lamplight softened like warm butter. It was nothing anyone could prove, only something they felt, as if the house itself wanted to be kind. They named him Morty because the name felt round and safe in the mouth, like a small smooth stone you keep in a pocket to calm your hands. When he yawned, the curtains lifted as though they remembered a breeze from long ago, and the girl who would later teach him the names of colors in her dreams laughed in her sleep 2 streets away, not knowing why. He knew early that rooms have moods. If his mother had cried in the kitchen that afternoon, the glass would cool slower that evening, as if the cups were taking longer to let go of her warmth. He could feel it, the way a goldfish feels the shift of a finger along the bowl. He did not tell anyone. Children learn the secrecy of wonder without being taught. They hide it the way you hide a song, by humming it under your breath. When grown-ups crouched down and asked, "What did you do today?" Morty would say, "I watched dust," and they would smile, not understanding that he had watched it the way a cartographer watches coastlines, mapping the slow drift of the world. His grandfather visited on some weekends, smelling faintly of cool metal and ozone, his fingers stained as if he had been writing on air with invisible chalk. The old man loved Morty with a tenderness that had nothing to prove. They would sit on the back steps when the sky turned the color of tea with milk, and the grandfather would tell gentle riddles that never needed answers. If a shadow is a friend of light, who is a friend of your quiet? Morty would answer by leaning his head against the old man's shoulder. This, the grandfather would say without words, is the answer that matters. Morty's world was not loud, but it was full. In the mornings the fridge gave a soft, contented hum that sounded to him like a cat remembering a sunny windowsill. In the afternoons the schoolyard gravel crunched under his sneakers, the sound of small planets speaking to each other about gravity. He was not quick with jokes or games, but he was good at noticing when someone's backpack strap was fraying, or when a classmate's voice thinned like thread. He had a way of standing near without crowding, of offering a half of his sandwich without making a ceremony of it. Sometimes he made cloud sandwiches for himself, 2 slices of white bread with nothing between them but a long breath. He liked the softness, the permission to chew on air. It made him feel like he could eat the sky's compassion. At night, the house murmured. Pipes clicked like knitting needles. Floorboards gave and took as if the building were practicing forgiveness. He listened with his eyes closed and tried to match his breathing to the rhythms of wood and water and wind. He thought even as a little boy that this was what kindness sounded like, the world agreeing to carry weight with you so you wouldn't have to carry it alone. Sometimes he whispered into his pillow, a wordless sound he didn't know was a lullaby, and the pillow settled more deeply, a small boat finding the calmest part of the bay. There was a girl down the street who would one day become his color language, though for now she was just a silhouette on a bicycle with a ribbon that streamed like a comet's tail. When she spun past, the air changed temperature. Morty did not speak to her yet. He kept the knowledge of her like a seed he did not rush. He also had a neighbor, Mrs. Lisker, who wore sweaters that smelled of cinnamon and old paper. She would sit on her porch and knit small squares that she called future warmth. Morty brought her fallen leaves that looked like tiny maps. She let him choose a color of yarn each time, and he always chose a kind of moonlit grey. He didn't say why, he didn't always understand his reasons, but he understood his heart. One winter he discovered that shadows were as flexible as apologies. He was walking home when the late afternoon sun stretched his shape across the sidewalk, long and skinny. He wiggled his fingers, and the shadow's hand trembled like a shy wave. He took a step, and the shade followed, obedient as a patient dog. Then he paused and breathed very softly, and the shadows seemed to lengthen without him moving, as if drawn by what he felt rather than what he did. Morty smiled. He lifted his hand, and the shadow arced as though it were learning to bow. It was nothing dramatic, just the subtle sense of something in the world willing to bend with him, to meet him halfway. He kept that trick to himself. He used it sometimes to make the hall seem shorter when his mother was tired, or to make the living room feel wider when the cat wanted to chase invisible things. In school, he loved the library not because of the stories, though he loved them too, but because of the way the room held quiet like a lake holds moonlight. He would sit between stacks and feel pages breathing around him. Books have lungs, he thought, and each time we open one, it sighs out its secret and waits to inhale again. The librarian, Mr. Baird, had eyes that looked like they remembered every winter, and he never told Morty to hurry. Sometimes Mr. Baird would point to a book and say, "This one knows your name today." Morty would take it home, even if it was about horses or cooking soups he would never make, and he would find a single line that felt like a hand on his shoulder. This is how he collected quiet anchors. Friends came slowly, but they stayed. A boy named Theo sat with him at lunch one day and asked if Morty believed in ghosts. Morty said he believed in echoes that haven't decided where to go. Theo grinned and said that was cooler than ghosts anyway. They did not share many hobbies. Theo liked throwing balls. Morty liked watching clouds decide who they wanted to be. But they shared space well, and in the currency of childhood, that is everything. When Theo's father moved out, he showed up at Morty's door without words, and they sat in the kitchen eating cereal with their coats still on. Morty said, "You can leave your bowl in the sink. It's okay if the milk makes a little river." Theo nodded, and later told him he hadn't cried that night because the river carried the heavy parts for a while. Spring arrived with a softness that felt like the world putting a blanket over its own knees. Morty began to notice that when he listened closely to someone, rooms altered slightly, as if making room for their feelings to uncurl. He once listened to Mrs. Lisker tell a story about the train platform where she first met her late husband, and halfway through a stray sunbeam stitched itself onto her teacup. Morty did not look at it in surprise. He had learned that wonder likes to be respected, not startled. He just nodded when she paused, and he said, "It sounds like the train arrived at the exact right slowness." She patted his hand and said, "You always know how to measure the important things." He did not always understand the science lessons, but he liked the patient ones. How water learns to become steam, how light remembers to split itself into colors when urged gently by a prism. In his notebook he drew small rectangles and called them windows for feelings. Under each he wrote a word: wait, listen, stay. He had discovered that his unusual knack wasn't about bending the world, it was about letting himself bend first, about meeting people where their breath trembled. The stretching of his shadow was practice for the stretching of his understanding. That summer his grandfather's hands shook more when he poured tea. The old man told stories with longer pauses, as though he were walking on a path that asked him to admire every stone. Morty leaned in, happy to admire them too. They spoke often in half-sentences that felt complete, anyway. The grandfather said, "Sometimes the kindest word is," and Morty nodded and answered, "silence." They would sit like that while evening lifted the corners of the sky and folded them neatly. One night the old man took a small music box from his pocket. "It doesn't have a song," he said, "but you will hear one anyway." He wound it. Nothing played. Morty waited, and in the quiet, he heard a tune that matched his breath. He smiled, because some songs are made when you are willing to listen for them. On a late August afternoon, the girl on the bicycle finally stopped. Her ribbon had faded to a gentle blush. She put her foot down and looked at Morty as if she already knew him in some patient part of her life. "I dream in colors," she said frankly, as if asking if he wanted to trade marbles. "Do you?" Morty considered. "Sometimes I dream in weather," he said. "Drizzles when I'm learning, fog when I'm afraid." She nodded. "Storms when I'm angry," she added, and then smiled so that the storm in her eyes softened. They did not become friends all at once. They circled like birds, learning the air around each other. But the next time she rode past, she slowed, and Morty lifted a hand in that small bow his shadow had taught him. Autumn brought leaf crackle and a sense of everything writing itself in smaller handwriting. Morty noticed that he could make difficult moments a little easier by giving them a place to sit. When Theo forgot his presentation and the teacher's face went stiff, Morty dropped his pencil and ducked under the desk to retrieve it, buying his friend a few quiet seconds to find the courage to ask for another day. When Mrs. Lisker's knitting snagged, he said, "Knots are memories of surprise," and she laughed, and the yarn loosened. These were not heroic acts, but they were the kind you can do every day, the kind that make doorways wider. He sometimes wondered if there were other versions of him, other streets, other towns, other boys who responded to the world in sharper ways. He did not judge them in his imagining. He simply hoped that each of them had someone to sit with on back steps, someone to make a cloud sandwich with when hunger felt like a story rather than an ache. In this version of himself, the one we are traveling with tonight, he chose to keep listening as his first language. The more he listened, the more the world answered in tiny cooperative gestures, a draft sealing itself when a baby yawned, a lamp brightening when a sentence needed to be finished, a hallway becoming brave for a child learning to sleep without the door cracked open. On the first snow, Morty walked to the park and let flakes collect on his sleeves. Each one was a quiet appointment with the sky. He thought about the music box with no music and the way a tune had arrived anyway. He thought about the girl who dreamed in colors and how, when she spoke, greens and blues seemed to rest on the rim of her words. He thought about his grandfather, who had taken a longer nap recently and woken up more slowly, and how the world's patience felt like a blanket being tucked around them both. He held out his hand and watched a single snowflake land on his palm. He waited for it to choose what it wanted to be next. When he went home, the house was making tea of its own warmth. His mother had left a note that said, "We are back soon. There's soup." Morty warmed the soup and watched the steam make small staircases in the air. He climbed them with his eyes, step by careful step, and felt something inside him practice for a future he couldn't name. It wasn't ambition. It wasn't the desire to win anything. It was the steady wish to help things become gentler where they met. He knew he would not always be able to do it, but tonight the practice was enough. He carried a bowl to the window and sat on the floor. Outside, the streetlights wore their halos like thoughts. He imagined the people in the houses up and down the block, each with their nightly rituals. A father setting his alarm and then checking it again. A nurse rinsing her hands, humming. A child trying to memorize the shape of the dark to be less afraid of it tomorrow. He breathed so his chest moved slowly, the way you carry a sleeping child from the car. He felt the room breathe with him. The soup cooled. He finished it anyway, because lukewarm can be a kindness too. Later he lay in bed and listened to the pipes knit. He remembered the first day he realized your shadow can bow, and he felt thankful for the way his life had been teaching him to bend instead of break. He thought of a train platform he had never stood on, where someone had waited for someone else with a shy bouquet. He had learned to carry other people's memories the way you carry eggs, palms curved to their shape. And in the edge space before sleep, he found a phrase that might belong to him one day, a phrase that felt like a promise he was not rushing to keep. I will challenge what is cruel by being softer than it knows how to hold. With that, he drifted, not into grand dreams, but into small ones. A cat padding through a sun square. A ribbon making an infinity sign in slow motion. A music box that needed no key because the heart had learned to wind itself. Snow fell without hurry. The house sighed. Somewhere a bicycle bell chimed a single note just to say it was there. Morty slept, and the world slept a little easier beside him, as if practicing for the ways he would help it rest in the days to come. The snow that had fallen on that first night of quiet sleep lingered in soft heaps by the roadside for many days, as though reluctant to leave the boy who had welcomed it with such patient attention. When Morty awoke, the light was thin but tender, and it seemed to promise that each day would unfold at its own pace, waiting for him to notice. He stirred slowly, not rushing into the morning, because he had already learned something that most children take much longer to understand. That mornings do not need to be conquered, they only need to be greeted. The pipes in the walls gave their knitting sound again, and he smiled at the thought that the house was reminding him to carry the lessons of the night into the day. His mother was humming softly in the kitchen, a tune she had learned from no one in particular, perhaps just borrowed from the wind. She set a bowl of oatmeal before him and kissed the top of his hair without waiting for thanks. He did not speak much during breakfasts, but he let the steam rising from the oatmeal curl into his nose like a secret he was allowed to keep. It was enough to be there, to listen to the spoons quiet against the bowl, to feel the way warmth makes its own language when it travels down your throat. His mother did not ask him about school because she already knew he would tell her when he was ready. That was their rhythm, gentle patience instead of questions. On the way to school that day, the snow crackled beneath his feet. He watched the marks his boots left behind, and he wondered if footsteps were like signatures, temporary but telling, each one saying I was here in its own way. He passed Mrs. Lisker's porch and saw her knitting again, bundled under her blanket with a basket of yarn by her side. She waved with the kind of wave that didn't expect anything back, which made him want to wave even more. He carried on, thinking about her phrase, future warmth, and realizing that almost everything in life could be seen that way. Every kindness, every glance, every word carefully chosen was a little square of warmth stitched for later. School was ordinary and yet never quite ordinary for him. Morty watched the teachers write on the chalkboard, and instead of hearing just the lesson, he listened for the pauses, the little silences that carried things unsaid. He noticed when the teacher rubbed her temples as though her head carried a storm. He noticed when a classmate doodled in the margins, not out of boredom, but because the pencil tip was the only way to distract himself from his parents' arguments at home. Morty didn't always know what to do with what he noticed, but noticing was itself a kind of devotion, and he trusted that. Theo sat beside him again at lunch, and they split a sandwich in a way that felt like a promise. They didn't need to say it, but they both knew their friendship was held not by the bread, but by the silence between bites. It was on that afternoon, when clouds gathered with the softness of worn blankets, that Morty first began to feel the strangeness of his own gift in a way that was undeniable. He was walking home alone, Theo having stayed late for practice, when he felt the road grow slightly longer beneath his feet, not in the way of exhaustion, but as if the world was breathing more deeply and stretching itself with him. He stopped and looked down, and his shadow looked back, patient and elongated. When he lifted his hand, it bowed again, only this time he could sense that it was not simply mimicking him, but offering him something, like a doorway left ajar. He inhaled and imagined stepping into the shadow instead of merely casting it, and for a moment the air shimmered in his chest as though he had taken a sip of music. The world returned to normal quickly, but his heartbeat carried the aftertaste of it all the way home. That night, his grandfather visited again, slower this time, his cane tapping softly, like punctuation, at the end of each step. They sat together on the back steps, sipping tea from mugs that steamed like small chimneys. The old man did not tell a riddle this time. Instead, he handed Morty a folded piece of paper. "Sometimes," he said, "things are better kept in your pocket until you understand them." Morty unfolded the paper and saw a drawing, 2 lines intersecting at a point, one labelled listening and the other labelled time. He didn't know what it meant, but he felt its weight like a stone he might skip across a river someday when he was older. He folded it again carefully and tucked it into his pocket, where it stayed like a pulse against his leg. The days began to weave together with a rhythm Morty came to love. School with its small, quiet kindnesses, afternoons with the shadows stretching in ways that whispered possibilities, evenings with the murmuring house, and nights where dreams stitched themselves from leftover thoughts. But in those dreams, a new pattern began. He often saw a train platform he had never visited, lanterns swaying gently above, and somewhere in the crowd, a girl with a ribbon in her hair, smiling as though she had been waiting for him for a very long time. He never reached her before waking, but the memory of her gaze lingered like warmth, cupped in his palms. It was in those same weeks that the girl on the bicycle began to slow down more often when she passed his house. Sometimes she stopped to adjust her ribbon, sometimes just to catch her breath, though Morty sensed it was more than that. One afternoon she asked him his name, and when he answered, she said it aloud as though testing the way it tasted on her tongue. "Morty," she repeated. "It sounds like someone who knows how to listen." He didn't answer, but he smiled because she had named him truly. She introduced herself as Lyra, and from then on, her rides past his house became pauses, little beginnings of something neither of them hurried. Theo remained a constant presence too. One cold evening, Theo knocked on Morty's window, his breath making clouds in the dark. "Come outside," he whispered, and they crunched through the snow to the park. Theo pointed up at the sky, where stars scattered like shy sparks. "Do you ever think they're listening to us?" Theo asked. Morty thought carefully, then said, "Maybe they're waiting for us to listen back." The 2 boys lay down in the snow, their coats puffed around them like halos, and for a long while they said nothing, just letting their silence speak upward. It was around this time that Morty's small acts began to ripple further than he realized. One teacher, who often seemed weary, noticed how Morty never rushed his answers, how he gave space for the silence between thoughts. She began pausing, more in her lessons, letting students breathe, and the class slowly grew calmer. Mrs. Lisker, who used to knit only for herself, began knitting squares for the children at the school, calling them pockets of future warmth. And Theo, who once clenched his fists at every disappointment, began to breathe slower, imitating Morty's steady rhythms. The world, without fanfare, was leaning subtly toward him, adjusting itself to his gentleness. But with each new day, Morty also felt the weight of something just out of sight. It wasn't ominous, not a shadow of dread, but rather a vastness, like a room with its door closed, waiting for him to gather the courage to open it. The music box with no song, the folded paper with intersecting lines, the dreams of the train platform. They were all pointing to something, though he did not know what. He carried on because children do not rush mysteries, they let them grow like plants in the corners of their minds. Yet he felt that when the time came, he would need to step fully into the stretch his shadow kept offering. One evening, as snow began again to fall in quiet spirals, Morty stood at his window with the soup warming in his hands. He remembered his grandfather's drawing, the two lines meeting, listening, and time. He thought about Lyra and the way her name felt like a note waiting to be sung. He thought about Theo and the silent stars they had shared. And then he thought of himself, lying in his bed at night, whispering wordless lullabies to his pillow. A realization washed over him slowly, not with the drama of lightning, but with the softness of dawn. He was not just listening to the world was listening back. And in that mutual listening, something was forming, a path, a story, a quiet promise that would carry him far beyond this small street. He placed the empty bowl in the sink, and for a moment he could swear the clink of porcelain sounded like a bell ringing at that dreamt-of platform. He closed his eyes, letting the sound echo, and felt the stirrings of a journey he had not chosen, but had somehow always belonged to. Outside, the snow fell with the patience of centuries. Inside, Morty stretched into the night's silence, and the silence stretched back, as though preparing both of them for what was to come. The sound of the bowl in the sink lingered in Morty's ears longer than it should have, as though it were more than just porcelain meeting porcelain. It resonated like a small bell, as if someone in another room had answered his quiet realization with their own. He stood there for a while, hand still resting on the edge of the counter, listening for the echo to fade, but it never really did. It settled somewhere in him, like a note in an unfinished song. When he finally turned away, the house seemed to breathe with him, a shared inhale and exhale that made him feel less alone. The night outside pressed against the glass, not with menace, but with an invitation. When he climbed into bed, the snow had thickened its fall, and the street lamps glowed as though their halos had grown tired of being neat, spilling light more generously than usual. Morty lay on his back, watching his ceiling, and the shadows of tree branches swayed faintly like fingers, moving in slow reassurance. He closed his eyes, expecting the drift of ordinary dreams, but once again the platform returned. It was always the same, a long stretch of stone lit by lanterns that swayed on invisible strings, a muted crowd moving without sound, and at the far edge a figure waiting. Tonight she was clearer, the girl with the ribbon, but not Lyra. This girl's hair was darker and her face was half-turned, as if she knew he was there, but wanted him to come closer before she fully acknowledged him. Morty tried to step toward her, but the ground beneath him hummed like it was waiting for permission, and then the dream dissolved. He woke with a strange peace threaded through him, the kind that comes from knowing you've seen a piece of tomorrow before it arrives. The morning brought its own quiet signals. His mother's humming was slower, almost thoughtful, and the oatmeal tasted faintly of nutmeg, though she hadn't added any. Morty didn't mention it. He had learned that sometimes the world gives you flavors you didn't prepare, and the kindness is in receiving them without demanding an explanation. At school, Theo greeted him with a grin that looked a little strained, and Morty noticed the way his friend's shoulders were pulled tight as though he were bracing against unseen weather. During recess, when Theo kicked a ball too hard and muttered something under his breath, Morty walked beside him in silence until Theo finally said, "Dad didn't call last night. He said he would." Morty nodded and said only, "Maybe the phone will carry the words later." Theo looked at him with a sigh and shook his head, but when they sat together again in class, his friend's shoulders had eased slightly, as if someone had helped carry the weight for a little while. That evening, Lyra rode her bicycle past again, and this time she stopped altogether, leaning the bike against the fence. The ribbon in her hair had frayed more at the edges, curling in soft threads. She asked him, almost out of nowhere, "Do you believe in maps?" Morty tilted his head, curious. "They're useful," he said carefully, "but they don't always show what matters." She smiled at that, her eyes glinting as though she'd been waiting for his answer. "I dream in colors, like I told you. Sometimes I see red, and I know it means someone is angry somewhere. Sometimes I see green, and it feels like forgiveness. I think maps should show that too, not just streets and rivers, but feelings, all the places where someone has left a piece of their heart." Morty thought about this long after she had gone, sitting on the porch with the cold biting his fingertips. He realized that maybe they were both dreamers of maps, only his were made of shadows and echoes, and hers of colors and skies. Later that week, his grandfather returned again, slower than before, his cane tapping in a way that made Morty listen more closely to the rhythm. They sat quietly as usual, sipping their tea, but this time the old man's voice was softer, as though wrapped in cloth. "The world is wider than it looks," he said. "Wider and softer too, if you know how to stretch into it." He didn't elaborate, but Morty didn't need him to. He remembered the paper with the intersecting lines, remembered his shadow bowing, remembered the sound of the bowl like a bell. All of them were whispers pointing in the same direction, though the path was not yet visible. His grandfather patted his shoulder gently before leaving, and Morty thought he saw the old man's shadow linger half a second longer than his body, as though reluctant to part. Dreams continued to bring the platform. Each night he got a little closer. Each night the girl with the darker hair turned her face a little more toward him. She never spoke, but her presence was steady, like a candle that waits for someone to notice its flame. Morty began to wonder if she was not another person at all, but some part of himself waiting at the edge of his own becoming. Still she felt real, as though she were dreaming him in return. One morning he woke with the strange certainty that when he finally reached her, something important would begin. He told no one, not even Theo or Lyra, but he carried the knowledge like a lantern cupped against the wind. The seasons shifted, as seasons always do. The snow melted into small rivers that rushed along the curbs, carrying bits of leaf and twig like messages meant for someone downstream. Morty walked home one afternoon watching the water's journey, and he imagined that if he listened carefully enough, he could hear the names it whispered, the memories it carried. He crouched down, resting his hand near the flow, and for a moment he felt the current push into his palm, even though he hadn't touched it. The water bent slightly toward him, like a friend leaning in to share a secret. He smiled and whispered back, not words, just a sound that meant "I hear you." The water seemed to rush a little brighter, and then it went on its way. Lyra noticed the change in him. "You've been quieter lately," she said one afternoon, pushing her bike beside him instead of riding it. Quieter than usual, I mean. Morty thought about how to answer. Finally, he said, sometimes listening makes you full. Like drinking too much water. You have to be still until it finds its place. She nodded thoughtfully and didn't ask more, and that silence felt like a gift. Theo, too, noticed, but in his own way. You look like you're carrying a secret, he said during lunch, half grinning, half curious. Morty shrugged. Maybe the secret is carrying me. Theo laughed, shaking his head, but later Morty saw him tracing shapes in the condensation on his juice box, as though trying to find the outline of that idea. One evening, while the sun set in long strips of gold across the kitchen floor, Morty's mother sat with him and asked gently, "Do you ever feel like you're waiting for something?" He was surprised by the question, but he nodded. She smiled softly, brushing a curl from his forehead. "Me too," she said. "But waiting doesn't have to mean being empty. Sometimes it's just making room for what's on its way." He leaned against her shoulder, and for a little while their breathing matched. He didn't tell her about the dreams or the girl on the platform, but he felt that she already understood more than he needed to say. That night, as he lay in bed, the dream came again. But this time, something shifted. The platform was clearer, the lanterns brighter, the crowd more distinct. He could hear the faint murmur of voices, though none of them turned toward him. The girl with the darker hair was nearer now, only a dozen steps away, and when she lifted her face, her eyes were filled, not with demand, but with recognition, as though she had always known he would come. He reached out his hand, and though the dream dissolved before they touched, he awoke with his heart calm instead of racing. Calm because he knew the moment was drawing nearer, and when it came, he would be ready. The world outside was still quiet, but inside Morty's chest something was beginning to open, as slow and certain as the first bloom of spring. He looked at his window, at the halo of the streetlight, and he whispered without quite meaning to, "I'm listening." The night, in its patient way, seemed to lean closer as though whispering back, "We know." And in that soft exchange, Morty felt the next step approaching, not rushed, but inevitable, carried to him on the hush of time itself. Morning came with a thin greyness, the kind that seems undecided between staying night and becoming day. Morty lay still in his bed, holding on to the echo of the dream, the nearness of the girl on the platform, the calm certainty in her eyes. He had not touched her hand, not yet, but the sensation of reaching lingered in his chest, a slow pulse like footsteps continuing after you've stopped walking. He rose quietly, letting the floorboards creak their greeting, and padded into the kitchen where his mother was already setting bread on the table. She smiled at him in that absent, thoughtful way, as if she too were carrying some dream she had not yet shared. He ate slowly, tasting each bite as though the world had instructed him to notice, and he thought again of her words the evening before, that waiting did not mean emptiness, but preparation. At school, the air smelled faintly of rain, though no clouds had gathered. Theo was quieter than usual, distracted, his eyes darting toward the door, as if expecting someone who would not come. When Morty asked if he wanted to play after class, Theo shrugged, then nodded, the small hesitation speaking louder than words. They went together to the park, and there, under the bare branches, Theo admitted softly, "Dad's moving farther away, not just across town, another state." The words hung between them like wet clothes on a line, heavy and unwilling to dry. Morty sat beside him, offering no quick answer, because none existed. Instead, he He picked up a fallen twig and pressed it into the damp ground, drawing a slow circle around them both. "Then this is where we are now," he said, "inside this circle. He'll still be out there, but this part is ours." Theo stared at the circle for a long while before whispering, "Thanks." They sat together until the streetlights blinked on, each lost in his own quiet, but sharing it. The days moved forward with their familiar rhythm, yet something in Morty's awareness kept stretching like a shadow in the late afternoon. Each small moment seemed to carry more weight: the pause in a teacher's lecture, the soft click of Mrs. Liska's knitting needles, the bright flare of Lyra's ribbon when it caught the light. He felt as though the world had decided to speak in subtler tones, and he was learning a new language without even meaning to. One evening he walked home alone, and the sunset spread wide across the sky, each streak of color lingering longer than usual. He stopped on the sidewalk, watching until the last trace of orange thinned into blue, and when he finally looked down, he saw that his shadow had grown impossibly long, bending at angles the street lamp could not explain. For the first time, he didn't just move with it, he felt it move with him, almost guiding him forward. That night, the dream returned again, but the platform had shifted. It no longer felt like a place far away. Instead, it seemed to echo the station just outside their town, where trains passed but rarely stopped. The lanterns still swayed, the crowd still moved in silence, but the girl's presence was stronger now. She lifted her hand as if to wave, and the gesture was so simple, so human, that Morty woke with tears in his eyes. He did not understand why such a small action could move him so deeply, but he carried the feeling with him through the day, like a folded letter he had not yet read. Lyra noticed. She always noticed. "You've been somewhere else lately," she said, as they walked together after school. She did not accuse, only observed. Morty hesitated, then told her a little about the dreams, about the platform, and the girl who always seemed to wait for him. Lyra listened without interruption, her eyes reflecting more than her face revealed. Finally, she said, "Dreams can be doors. Maybe she's waiting on the other side of something you haven't opened yet." Morty thought about that all the way home, the idea that what visited him in sleep might not just be imagination, but a kind of invitation. His grandfather came once more that week, slower than ever, his breath catching sometimes between sentences. They sat as they always did, the night falling around them like a blanket, stitched from shadows. The old man looked at Morty carefully, as if measuring how much of a truth he could carry. "You see more than most," he said softly. "You listen where others only hear noise. That's why things bend for you. Shadows, water, silence. They want to meet someone who notices." He coughed, then added, "But noticing is only the beginning. One day you'll have to answer." Morty waited for more, but his grandfather closed his eyes, and they sat together until the stars came out, saying nothing further. Over the next days, Morty paid attention to the smallest gestures, searching for what answering might mean. When Theo stumbled over a word while reading aloud, Morty smiled softly, and Theo caught it, straightened, and finished. When Lyra grew frustrated with her paints, smudging colors too dark, Morty picked up a brush and drew only a simple line beside her work, reminding her of balance without needing to say it. The world seemed to lean closer each time, as though rewarding his patience. Still he felt the weight of something approaching, a quiet gravity pulling him toward an unknown center. One evening, as he sat at his window with the soup cooling between his hands, he whispered again, "I'm listening." This time, the silence answered with more than stillness. The pipes in the wall gave a slow groan, the floor beneath him shifted like a sigh, and from outside came the faint ring of a bicycle bell, though no one was there. It was as if the world itself had chosen to speak back, reminding him that his listening had not gone unnoticed. He felt it then, an anticipation, a readiness, like standing on the platform of a station and hearing a train before you see it. When sleep came that night, the dream did not hesitate. The platform appeared instantly, brighter and closer than ever, the lanterns steady instead of swaying. The girl with the dark hair stood only a step away, her eyes filled with recognition and something like longing. She opened her mouth as if to speak, and though no sound came, Morty felt the words inside him. Not yet. He reached out, and for the briefest moment their fingertips almost touched, and in that instant a warmth filled him so deep it was as though every kindness he had ever given returned to him at once. He woke, gasping softly, but smiling too, because he knew the waiting was nearly over. The following morning was ordinary in every visible way: oatmeal on the table, schoolbooks in his bag, Lyra's ribbon catching the wind. But Morty felt the thread of the dream woven into it all. He knew the time was approaching, when the dream would spill into waking life, when the platform would no longer be only a vision, but something he must step onto with his whole self. The world around him seemed to know it too, answering him in small, gentle ways, the warmth of the mug in his hands lingering longer, the hallway at school stretching slightly so Theo could catch up, the sound of knitting needles pausing just as Mrs. Lisker remembered a story she had meant to tell. Everything was leaning towards something, and Morty, for the first time, felt ready to lean with it. That night, when he lay down and the darkness gathered, he whispered once more, "I'm listening." And this time, the world whispered back with a voice as soft as breath, "We know. Step closer." The world's reply lingered in Morty's chest long after the whisper had faded, like the faint vibration of a bell after it has been touched. He lay awake for a while, eyes tracing the shapes of shadow on his ceiling, knowing that something was moving closer. Not with the thunder of an arrival, but with the patience of a tide, drawing him forward without urgency, yet with certainty. He rose in the morning with a quiet steadiness that made even his mother pause and look at him a moment longer, as though she could sense the shift. She said nothing, only slid the oatmeal across the table and let her eyes soften, a silent acknowledgement that some changes cannot be spoken into place, only lived into. At school that day, Morty noticed the hallways differently. They were not just corridors, but passages that carried the echoes of children's footsteps, laughter and sighs, as though every sound left behind a trace of itself. He listened carefully, and the echoes seemed to arrange themselves into patterns, one like a heartbeat, another like a distant train. Theo walked beside him, trying to joke, but his words carried that same hidden ache that Morty had learned to recognize. Morty nudged him gently with his shoulder, a quiet reminder that he was not walking alone, and Theo, without needing to say it, breathed easier. During lunch, Lyra sat across from them, sketching absent-mindedly on a scrap of paper. She wasn't drawing people or houses, but shapes of color, squares of green, spirals of yellow, lines of blue bending into each other. Morty watched her pencil move and realized she was trying to map her dreams the way he had tried to measure shadows. When she noticed his gaze, she smiled faintly. "Sometimes I think if I draw them enough, the colors will tell me what they want to be." Morty nodded, understanding without needing to explain. He carried her words with him the rest of the day, feeling them settle inside like seeds, waiting for the right season. That evening, his grandfather's absence was heavier than his presence had ever been. The chair on the porch was empty, but Morty sat beside it anyway, tea cooling in his hands. He spoke softly into the twilight, telling the night about the dreams, about Lyra's colors, about Theo's silence. The air seemed to listen, the branches of the trees swaying as though nodding. For the first time, Morty realized that listening did not require someone to sit across from you. Sometimes the very world became the listener, and that was enough. As he sat there, he felt the folded paper in his pocket, the one his grandfather had given him, with the two intersecting lines. He unfolded it again, tracing the cross with his finger, listening and time. He understood a little more now that the lines did not just meet, they created a point of choice, a moment where something must be answered. The dream came again that night, sharper, clearer. The platform stretched out before him, lanterns glowing steady, the crowd moving like a tide of shadows. The girl with the dark hair stood close, so close he could see the faint curve of her mouth, the softness around her eyes. She lifted her hand once more, but this time sound came. Not words, but a hum, low and steady, like the beginning of a song. Morty felt it in his bones rather than his ears, and it filled him with a warmth that was both new and deeply familiar. He reached out, and again the dream dissolved before their hands met, but the hum lingered as he woke, vibrating in his chest. It was not frustration he felt, but a sense of readiness, as though the dream had given him a language he would soon need to use. The next morning, when he walked to school, the world seemed to echo the hum. The rustle of leaves, the rhythm of footsteps, even the distant bark of a dog, all of it seemed to join in the same soft undertone. He whispered, "I hear you." And though no one was around, the wind shifted as if answering. That day in class, when a boy began to cry quietly after being scolded, Morty hummed under his breath, the same low note from the dream. The boy's sobs slowed, his shoulders eased, and though he didn't know why, he looked at Morty with grateful eyes. Morty said nothing, but he understood that the hum had become part of him now, a gift passed from the dream into waking life. Lyra noticed the change almost immediately. As they walked together that afternoon, she tilted her head and said, "You've got a sound in you now, I can feel it, like a color I can't name." Morty only smiled, not sure how to explain, but he knew she was right. Theo, too, picked up on it, though in his own way. "You're different," he said bluntly, "like you're not scared of anything anymore." Morty thought about it, then answered, "Not scared, just listening deeper." Theo rolled his eyes, but later that evening he tried humming to himself, testing the sound like a stone tossed into a still pond. As days passed, Morty found himself weaving the hum into quiet moments. When his mother rubbed her temples in the kitchen, he hummed softly, and she smiled without realizing why. When Mrs. Lisker dropped a stitch in her knitting, he hummed, and her hands steadied. The hum was not magic in the way stories tell of spells or charms. It was gentler, subtler. It was a reminder that the world carried its own music, and by joining it, he could help. Others remember too. Each time he used it, the dream felt closer, as though the girl on the platform was guiding him step by step. One evening, as snow returned in a thin dusting, Morty stood again at his window. The streetlights glowed, the snowflakes fell, and he whispered, "I'm listening." This time, the world answered with the hum itself, resonating through the pipes, the floor, even the glass in the window pane. He closed his eyes and let it fill him, and in that moment he knew the next time he reached for the girl's hand in the dream, it would not slip away. It would be the crossing his grandfather's drawing had promised, the moment when listening met time. That night, when sleep finally claimed him, he stepped onto the platform with no hesitation. The lanterns glowed brighter, the crowd parted slightly, and the girl with the dark hair stood waiting, her hand extended. The hum rose around them like the breath of the world, steady and warm. Morty reached out, and this time their hands met. The touch was not shocking or dramatic. It was gentle, like the closing of a long open circle. In that touch, Morty felt every kindness he had given reflected back to him. Every silence he had honored returned as strength. The dream did not dissolve. It held steady, and for the first time, Morty felt not like a visitor but like someone who had finally arrived where he was meant to be. When he woke, the hum was still in his chest, stronger than before. He rose from bed with the certainty that his life had shifted. Not in a way others would notice immediately. His mother would still hum in the kitchen, Theo would still carry his silences, Lyra would still draw her colors, but Morty knew the lines had crossed. Listening and time had met, and now it was his turn to answer. The day stretched before him, ordinary in appearance, but carrying the weight of something vast just beneath its surface. And Morty stepped into it with the quiet confidence of someone who had finally been given his own true song. The morning after the dream of hands finally touching carried a softness that felt different from every other dawn. Morty woke with the hum still inside him, steady and warm, as though the night had not ended at all, but spilled gently into the day. The air in his room was cool, yet it wrapped around him like something alive, listening, waiting. He sat on the edge of his bed for a long moment, his feet resting against the wooden floor, and felt the faint vibration of the world beneath him, a quiet reminder that he was no longer only observing but participating. When he rose, the floorboards gave their usual sigh, but now it sounded less like wood, shifting, and more like encouragement, like the world itself, whispering, "Go on." At the table, his mother noticed the change. She didn't ask questions, she rarely did, but she placed her hand on his shoulder before setting down his bowl of oatmeal. The gesture lingered, her thumb brushing the fabric of his shirt, as though she wanted to memorize him in that moment. Morty met her gaze and smiled, and in the silence between them there was an understanding neither could name. She hummed softly as she moved about the kitchen, and Morty realized with quiet amazement that her humming had fallen into the same rhythm as the sound still alive in his chest. It was as if the world around him was beginning to attune itself to what he carried. On his way to school, he walked slower than usual. The streets seemed different now, not because they had changed, but because he had. Every window he passed reflected not just his image, but a shimmer of the hum inside him. He noticed how a dog tilted its head toward him and wagged its tail without barking, how a curtain in a stranger's window fluttered, though no wind had stirred. He said nothing aloud, but within him there was a dialogue, a steady exchange between himself and the world, each answering the other in a language no one else heard. Theo greeted him at the school gates with a grin that wobbled at the edges. His father's absence weighed on him more heavily these days, but Theo covered it with jokes and loud gestures. Morty listened, letting him fill the air with noise until the moment came when Theo's laughter cracked slightly. Then Morty hummed softly, barely audible, but Theo froze and blinked at him. "Was that you?" he asked. Morty shrugged. "Just a sound." Theo tilted his head, listening, though he didn't quite know how. He gave a half smile and muttered, "Weird, but I like it." And for the first time in weeks, his shoulders seemed to drop into something that resembled peace. Lyra, too, noticed almost immediately. She met him after class, her ribbon loose in her hair, and walked with him down the street. She studied him with a curiosity that was both gentle and sharp. "You've crossed something," she said suddenly, not as a question, but as an observation. Morty nodded slowly. "I touched her hand," he whispered, though he wasn't sure how much to explain. Lyra's eyes softened, and she nodded as though she understood more than he had said. "Dreams can be maps, remember? You've found your first landmark." She reached into her pocket and handed him a scrap of paper where she had drawn swirls of color, layered and overlapping. "This one came last night. It felt like it belonged to you." Morty studied it, the green spirals folding into blue, the faint halo of yellow around the edges, and he felt the hum inside him recognize it, answering wordlessly. That evening, Morty sat again on the porch, staring at the empty chair beside him. His grandfather had not returned, and Morty suspected he might not again, at least not in the same way. Yet the absence felt less lonely now, more like a silence pregnant with memory. Morty folded the paper Lyra had given him and placed it in his pocket beside his grandfather's drawing of intersecting lines. Two symbols now, two guides, the old wisdom of time and listening, and the new colors of dreams and feelings. He traced them both with his fingers, sensing they belonged to the same journey. Night fell, and when Morty finally lay down, the dream returned. The platform was clearer still, and this time the girl with the dark hair smiled. It was a small smile, almost hesitant, but it carried the weight of something vast. She did not speak with her mouth, but her eyes whispered, "You are ready to walk further." He felt the hum rise in him again, and he let it flow out toward her, a soundless note that seemed to brighten the lanterns above them. The crowd around them turned slightly, as though acknowledging him for the first time. Morty stepped forward, and though the dream dissolved before he could move farther, he woke with a certainty. Soon the dream would not end before the journey began. The following days were filled with subtle shifts. He used the hum sparingly, like a precious thread, weaving it into moments when it was needed most. When a teacher faltered mid-sentence, he let the sound steady the room. When a younger child fell and scraped her knee, his hum calmed her cries before the bandage was even placed. Mrs. Lisker, who had been knitting fewer squares lately as though her hands had grown tired, smiled one afternoon and said, "The yarn feels lighter again." Morty said nothing, but he knew it was not the yarn that had changed, only the weight it carried. Lyra continued to walk with him most afternoons, sometimes talking, sometimes silent. She shared her drawings more freely now, and Morty began to see patterns in them that matched what he carried inside. One sketch showed spirals opening into waves, and when he looked at it, the hum inside him shifted, matching the rhythm. Another showed a single dot surrounded by circles, and Morty realized it mirrored the crossing point on his grandfather's paper. Lyra didn't explain her drawings, she simply offered them, trusting he would see what he needed. Theo, though slower to notice, began to find comfort in Morty's quiet presence. He teased less and listened more, though he pretended not to. One evening, after his father had missed another call, Theo simply sat beside Morty in silence. After a long while, he whispered, "You make it easier, just being here." Morty nodded and replied softly, "You do too." And in that moment, both boys understood that friendship was less about words and more about the quiet spaces they could share. As winter deepened, the nights grew longer, and Morty felt the dream world pressing closer to his waking one. The hum grew stronger, sometimes rising in him without his choosing. The shadows stretched more willingly, water bent toward him more noticeably, and the air itself seemed to wait for his breath. He began to wonder if the platform was not only a dream, but a doorway, a place that would soon ask him to step through with more than his imagination. He wasn't afraid. He felt the same steady readiness that had filled him when he touched the girl's hand. But he knew it would change him and change those around him in ways he could not yet name. One night, as snow fell in silence, Morty stood by his window again and whispered, "I'm listening." The world's reply was louder this time, a hum that filled not only his chest, but the entire room. The glass vibrated softly, the floor thrummed, the air seemed alive with resonance. Morty closed his eyes, letting the sound carry him, and in that moment he understood what his grandfather had meant. Noticing was only the beginning. Answering was stepping forward, carrying the hum into the places that needed it most. He went to sleep with the hum still surrounding him, steady and unbroken. And when the dream came, he did not wait for the girl to extend her hand. He stepped toward her first, his own hand lifted, his hum joining hers. The platform shone brighter, the crowd parted wider, and for the first time, Morty felt the dream opening like a gate. He knew then that the journey was no longer waiting. It was beginning. The dream's gate opened like a slow exhale, not a sudden burst, but a widening that welcomed him forward. Morty felt the platform beneath his feet solidify, its stones warm as though they had been waiting for him to stand upon them. The girl's hand, still in his, was firm but gentle, and for the first time he realized she was not just a figure waiting, she was a guide. Her eyes carried no urgency, only recognition, as though she had been with him through every hum, every shadow, every whispered word, though hidden until now. Morty did not ask who she was. Questions felt too heavy, too loud for a place like this. Instead, he simply listened, and the silence between them was full of meaning. Around them, the crowd shifted. The faces were blurred, outlines of people who moved with purpose, yet made no sound. Their silence was not empty, but thick with waiting. Each step Morty took forward seemed to ripple through them, as though they felt his presence in their own bodies. The lanterns above swayed again, though there was no wind, and the hum returned, rising not only from within Morty, but from the very stones beneath his feet. It was the same note that had lived in his chest since the touch of the girl's hand, but now it was vast, layered, joined by countless echoes. For the first time, Morty understood it was not just his song, it was the world's. He wanted to walk further, but the dream dissolved, as always, leaving him awake in his bed with his heart still humming. This time, however, it did not fade when morning came. The rhythm stayed with him through breakfast, through his mother's gentle smile, through the slow walk to school. Even Theo noticed the difference. "You've got that look again," he muttered, half curious, half jealous. Morty only smiled softly and shrugged. Lyra, however, studied him longer, her eyes narrowing as though she could almost see the glow of the dream still clinging to him. "You've stepped through something," she said finally. "I can feel it." Morty didn't deny it. He only whispered, "I think the dream is becoming real." The day itself was ordinary by appearance. Lessons, pencils scratching paper, the smell of chalk and floor polish, the chatter of children in the halls. Yet Morty saw everything differently now. The teacher's pauses were longer, as though the world was giving him space to notice. Theo's laugh, even when forced, seemed to carry a softer undertone, like someone had stitched a hidden comfort beneath it. Lyra's ribbon, frayed at the edges, fluttered with a grace that reminded him of the lanterns swaying in the dream. Every detail felt threaded into a larger tapestry, one that was slowly revealing its pattern. That evening, Morty sat again on the porch. The chair beside him was still empty, but the emptiness no longer ached. Instead, it felt filled with presence, as though his grandfather's silence had become part of the hum. Morty took out both pieces of paper, the intersecting lines and Lyra's spirals of color. He placed them side by side and saw for the first time how they matched, how the crossing point and the swirling waves met in the same space. Listening and time joined with color and feeling. It was a map after all, just as Lyra had said, but one that showed not places, but paths within himself. He folded them carefully, placing them back in his pocket, and whispered, "I'm ready." That night, the dream came without delay. He stepped onto the platform as though it were an extension of his own street, as natural as walking home. The girl stood beside him, smiling faintly, and together they moved forward. The crowd parted more distinctly now, their blurred outlines sharper, their movements slower, as though they were waiting for him to see them. Morty realized they were not strangers at all, but echoes of people he had known, Theo's laugh hidden in one, his mother's hum in another, even Mrs. Liska's knitting rhythm in the sway of a hand. They were all there, woven into this place, and he felt an overwhelming tenderness. The dream was not separate from his life. It was his life, reflected and deepened. The girl led him to the edge of the platform where the tracks stretched into darkness. There was no train, only the sound of the hum, louder now, vibrating the air. She turned to him and finally spoke, her voice soft as the first note of a lullaby. "Every kindness opens the way, every silence you kept has built this path. Now you must decide how far you will walk." Morty's heart did not race. It simply listened the way it always had. He nodded, not with certainty of what lay ahead, but with the readiness to keep going. And then, as always, the dream dissolved, but not with abruptness. This time it faded like a song that ends only because you've fallen asleep in the middle of it. When he woke, the hum remained stronger than ever. He went through the day as though carrying an invisible lantern. Theo leaned into his presence more often now, sometimes without realizing it, sometimes on purpose. Lyra stayed close, sketching more maps of color, her eyes flicking toward him whenever she felt a shift in the air. Even his mother began to hum more, her quiet songs filling the kitchen more frequently, as though some part of her had remembered its own hidden melody. Morty did not speak much about what he carried, but the world seemed to know anyway, answering him in small, tender ways. Weeks passed this way, the dream returning each night, each time carrying him further. He never saw the train, but he began to sense it, distant, approaching, its rhythm woven into the hum that filled everything. The girl's words stayed with him. Every kindness opens the way. He tested this gently with each day. A smile when someone was overlooked. A silence kept when anger tempted him. A hand steadying Theo when his grief returned in sharp bursts. Each act seemed to widen the path in his dreams, to bring him closer to whatever waited beyond the platform. One night, as snow fell heavier than before, he whispered again at his window, "I'm listening." The hum that returned was no longer just inside him or around him. It filled the entire street, the houses, the trees, the very snowflakes falling. He felt it vibrate through every part of his being until he knew, with quiet certainty, that the train was near. He closed his eyes, letting the sound carry him into sleep, and when the dream came, he stepped onto the platform already expecting it. The lanterns blazed brighter, the crowd stilled, and the girl's hand tightened around his. From the distance, at last, came the low, steady sound of wheels on rails. The train was coming, and Morty, with his hum steady in his chest, knew that everything in his life, the shadow that bowed, the river that leaned toward him, the silence of his grandfather, the colours of Lyra, the ache of Theo had been leading to this moment. The waiting was nearly over. The sound of the train grew slowly, not as a rush of noise, but as a deep, patient rhythm, like a heartbeat stretched across the night. Morty stood on the edge of the platform with the girl beside him, her hand still in his, and felt the hum inside his chest merge with the distant roll of wheels on unseen tracks. The lanterns above flared brighter, their glow trembling as if stirred by anticipation, and the blurred faces in the crowd turned in unison toward the darkness from which the sound approached. Morty's breath caught, not from fear, but from awe. This was the moment all the silences, all the kindnesses, all the waiting had been pointing toward. The tracks shimmered faintly as though light itself had chosen to run along them. The air grew heavier, but not oppressive, more like the way a blanket settles on you when someone tucks you in. Morty tightened his grip on the girl's hand, and she turned to him with a look that was both reassurance and question, as if to ask, "Are you ready to step further?" Morty nodded once, not with certainty about what lay ahead, but with the quiet conviction that he could not turn away now. The train's presence was too close, its rhythm too deeply tied to his own. Then it appeared. Not a machine of iron and smoke as he had imagined from books, but something softer, stranger. It shimmered as it drew near, made not of metal but of shadow and light braided together, its cars glowing faintly, like lanterns floating in the night sky. It did not roar or screech, but hummed, the same note that had lived in him since the girl's touch. Each wheel turned with the cadence of breath, inhaling, exhaling, as though the train itself was alive. The crowd bowed their heads slightly as it passed, and Morty felt the reverence ripple through him too. The train slowed to a stop before him, and the doors opened soundlessly. Inside, he saw not seats or windows, but spaces filled with gentle light, shifting as though each compartment held a different memory, a different fragment of kindness. He glimpsed the soft glow of his mother's kitchen, the green ribbon of Lyra's drawings, the fragile laughter of Theo in their quieter moments. It was as if the train carried not destinations but echoes, offering him passage deeper into the heart of what he had always been listening to. The girl stepped forward, her hand still holding his, and for the first time she spoke aloud, her voice no longer only a whisper in his mind. "Every journey begins where the waiting ends. This is yours." Her words were not heavy, not demanding. They were simple, like water offered to thirst. Morty swallowed, feeling the hum swell stronger inside him, and stepped onto the train. The moment he crossed the threshold, the air changed. It was warmer, filled with a softness that seemed to wrap around his skin. The hum inside him spread outward, joining the rhythm of the train, and for a heartbeat he felt himself dissolve, not disappearing, but becoming part of something larger. He looked back once, and the platform was already dimming, the crowd fading into the lantern light. Only the girl remained clear, still beside him, her eyes steady. She did not seem like a stranger anymore. She seemed like someone who had always been there, unseen but constant, like the echo of a lullaby you hum without remembering when you learned it. The doors closed without a sound, and the train began to move. Morty felt no jolt, no shake of wheels, only the smooth pull of being carried forward. Outside the windows of shifting light, he saw scenes unfold, not landscapes but moments. There was Younger laughing as milk spilled across a table. There was Lyra, painting with her ribbon tucked behind her ear, her face glowing with focus. There was his mother, placing her hand on his shoulder during breakfast, humming without knowing why. The train was not taking him away from them. It was showing him how deeply they lived within him, how every kindness shared had etched itself into the rhythm of his being. As the train carried him on, Morty realized he was not simply a passenger. With every breath, every beat of his heart, the hum wove into the motion of the train, guiding it. It was alive because he was alive, and he was alive because he listened. The girl watched him, her gaze calm, as if waiting for him to understand fully. And slowly, he did. This journey was not about escape or leaving, it was about remembering, the way the world had always spoken, the way he had always listened, and the way he could now answer. The light outside shifted again, revealing darker shapes, shadows that loomed larger, their outlines restless. Morty felt the train's hum falter slightly, the way a voice quivers when speaking through grief. The girl touched his arm. "The journey carries everything," she said softly. "Not only the warmth, but also what has been hidden." Morty nodded, bracing himself. He watched as the shadows sharpened, forming into memories he had not wanted to hold. Theo's clenched fists when he first spoke of his father, Lyra's frustration when her colors turned too dark, his mother's silent nights at the kitchen table when she thought he was asleep. The train did not hide these moments. It held them, steady and unflinching, asking him to listen. Morty closed his eyes and let the hum rise in him again, softer now, more tender. He hummed into the memories, not to erase them, but to cradle them. The shadows shivered, their edges blurring, and slowly they folded back into light. The train steadied, its rhythm returning to breath. The girl smiled faintly, her hand still resting on his arm. "You see," she whispered, "answering means carrying it all, the soft and the heavy. That is how the path opens." Morty opened his eyes, and the light outside was calm again, the windows filled with softer memories, Mrs. Liska knitting squares of future warmth, the glow of lanterns at the town festival, his grandfather's hand pressing the folded paper into his palm. Each scene passed like a page turning, and Morty felt himself grow steadier, stronger, not in power, but in presence. He knew now that listening was not only for moments of beauty, but for the places where pain whispered too. To listen was to let the world exist fully, without rushing it into silence. The train carried him deeper into the night, its hum matching the beat of his heart. He leaned back against the gentle light and exhaled slowly. The girl sat beside him, quiet, her presence a constant anchor. Morty realized he did not need to ask where they were going. The journey itself was the answer. Outside, the windows shimmered with both joy and sorrow, weaving them together into something whole. Morty closed his eyes, and for the first time he felt that the dream was not a dream at all, but a place he had always belonged to, a place where every kindness, every silence, every hum was leading him forward. The train moved on, steady and unbroken, and Morty let himself be carried, not with questions, but with trust. The waiting had ended, the journey had begun. The train glided forward with its unbroken hum, carrying Morty through currents of light and shadow that shifted outside the windows like living memories. He sat quietly, letting the rhythm soak into him, letting the world show itself without demanding to know where he was headed. The girl remained at his side, her presence calm and steady, her eyes turned toward the view, as though she too was watching old truths pass by. Morty felt no fear here, only a strange fullness, as if every breath drew in more of the world than his chest had ever held before. He leaned against the soft glow of the seat and watched as another scene unfolded outside. It was his grandfather standing on the back steps where they used to sit together, his cane resting by the chair, his face weathered but kind. Morty could almost smell the tea steam curling through the dusk, almost hear the low voice that had given him riddles with no answers. This time his grandfather looked up as though he knew Morty was watching. Their eyes met through the pane of dream light, and the old man lifted a hand in a slow, deliberate motion, neither a wave nor a farewell, but something in between. Morty placed his hand against the glass, and the hum inside him deepened, a note of gratitude that seemed to echo across the distance. The vision shifted, flowing into another. This time it was Lyra, her ribbon caught in the wind as she painted with furious strokes. The colours on her canvas blurred between beauty and frustration, her lips pressed tight as she tried to capture a dream that refused to hold still. Morty reached out instinctively, his hum soft and steady, and though the glass separated them, Lyra's shoulders eased, her strokes slowing into gentler arcs. She paused, looked up as if she too could sense him, and a faint smile tugged at her mouth. The memory folded into itself, the window glowing warmly before giving way to something new. Now he saw Theo, sitting alone on a playground swing, his head bowed low, shoes dragging small trenches into the dirt. The weight of absence clung to him, the missing father, the silence that gnawed at him when laughter should have filled his chest. Morty felt the ache swell inside, but instead of letting it drown him, he let the hum rise, stronger than before, not to erase Theo's sorrow, but to cradle it. The vision wavered, and Theo lifted his head, looking toward some unseen comfort, his fists unclenching slowly. Morty whispered, "You're not alone," though he knew the boy couldn't hear him. Still the memory softened, as if it had received the message anyway. The train carried on, steady, relentless in its softness. Morty turned to the girl beside him and finally spoke. "Why am I being shown all this?" His voice was quiet but edged with wonder. She looked at him, her eyes carrying both patience and sorrow. "Because you must know what you carry. Every kindness you've given, every silence you've kept, every ache you've witnessed, they are not only theirs, they are yours. The world speaks through you, and now it is asking if you will answer fully." Morty nodded slowly, not in blind agreement, but in recognition. He understood. The listening he had practiced was not passive. It was responsibility, and the hum in his chest was the language by which he must one day respond. Outside, the light darkened, shadows pooling until the windows showed not memories, but vast emptiness. The train trembled slightly, and the hum faltered. Morty's breath caught. This was different. This was not sorrow to cradle, not beauty to remember, but something heavier, a silence that pressed against him like stone. The girl's hand tightened around his. "This is where many turn back," she whispered. "This is where silence becomes weight instead of rest." Morty closed his eyes and let the hum rise again, though it quivered, thin against the void pressing in. He whispered, "I'm listening." And the darkness pulsed, as if startled. Then he heard it, a faint echo buried in the silence, a voice so fragile it was nearly lost. It was a cry, not loud, not sharp, but endless in its softness, like a child calling for comfort in a room no one enters. Morty's chest ached. He pressed his hand to the glass, though the window showed nothing, only the endless void. The hum in him wavered, torn between fear and compassion, but he chose to lean into it, let it stretch beyond him, let it reach. "I hear you," he whispered. The cry shifted, faltered, then quieted, not erased, but calmed, as though someone had finally come to sit beside it. The train steadied, its hum returning, stronger this time, carrying Morty forward again. When he opened his eyes, the girl was watching him with something like pride. "You answered," she said softly. Morty frowned. But I didn't fix it. The cry is still there. She shook her head gently. Answering isn't fixing, it's presence. It's saying, you are not alone. That is all most cries ever ask for. Morty let her words sink in, and the hum inside him swelled. Deeper now, steadier, as if the world itself had acknowledged his response. The train's windows brightened again, showing not memories this time, but possibilities. He saw fields he had never walked, skies filled with colors Lyra might one day paint, bridges Theo might one day cross. He saw his mother's face older, lined with years but softened by peace. He even saw himself grown taller, standing on a hill with the hum still in his chest, his hand outstretched not to take, but to offer. Each vision flickered, brief and incomplete, but enough to remind him that the journey was not about endings. It was about continuations, about what grew, from the seeds he had already sown. As the train moved deeper into this current of light, Morty leaned back and let his body relax. He felt the girl's presence beside him, the hum in his chest, the rhythm of the train. He thought of his grandfather's drawing, of Lyra's colors, of Theo's silence, of his mother's humming. They were all here, stitched into the rails that carried him. He closed his eyes, not to sleep, but to listen more deeply, and the train seemed to respond, its pace aligning perfectly with the beat of his heart. Somewhere ahead, he knew, there would be another choice, another moment where listening must become answering. But for now the journey carried him gently, the world breathing with him, the hum steady as a lullaby. Morty let himself rest, knowing that every kindness, every silence, every ache he carried had brought him to this point, and that each would guide him toward whatever waited beyond the next stretch of track. The train rolled on, endless and unhurried, and Morty, with his eyes closed and his chest glowing with sound, let it carry him deeper into the mystery that was slowly becoming his life. The train carried Morty forward as though it knew the rhythm of his breathing, each hum rising and falling in time with the quiet within him. He let his eyes remain closed, not to escape the visions, but to feel them more clearly. Around him, the air seemed alive, heavy with meaning, as though the very walls of the carriage were listening as intently as he always had. The girl sat silently beside him, and even her silence felt deliberate, like a pause in a sentence that changes the whole shape of its meaning. He did not need her words. Her presence was enough, anchoring him in this place where memory and possibility braided together into something he could barely understand. As the train glided on, Morty felt the hum deepen, becoming less like a single note and more like layers of voices overlapping. At first it was soft, then fuller, until he realized he was hearing not just one hum, but many, each belonging to someone he had known. His mother's voice was there, the faint hum she gave when her hands were busy in the kitchen. Lyra's too, in the rhythm of her colors, and Theo's, quieter but steady, like someone who hums to remind himself he exists. Even Mrs. Liska's knitting had its own note, clicking gently against the chorus. Morty's chest swelled, his own sound merging with theirs, and for the first time he realized the hum was not his alone. It was the world's, carried in everyone, only most people had forgotten how to hear it. The windows glowed brighter, revealing a stretch of track that did not look like rails at all, but like threads of light woven across a vast darkness. Morty leaned closer, watching as the threads trembled with each turn of the wheels. They were not endless. Some threads frayed, breaking into the void, while others glowed brighter, mending the weave. He felt his chest ache at the sight of the broken ones, and before he could stop himself, he whispered, "Can they be fixed?" The girl turned to him, her expression soft but firm. "Not all. Some are endings, but some are waiting for a hand willing to listen. Morty pressed his palm against the glass, and the hum inside him shifted, reaching toward one of the frayed strands. For a moment, it glowed faintly as if considering, then slowly began to rejoin the weave. Morty exhaled in relief, his heart heavy and full at once, but not every strand answered. Some remained broken, their ends curling into darkness. Morty frowned, guilt rising in him, but the girl placed her hand over his. "You are not meant to hold all the threads," she said. "Only the ones that answer to your listening. The rest belong to others. Trust that they, too, will be heard." Morty nodded, though the ache remained. He was beginning to understand that listening was not control. It was faith, a willingness to be present without demanding resolution. The train slowed suddenly, its hum shifting into a deeper, slower rhythm. The windows darkened, and for a moment Morty thought they had entered another silence, like the void he had faced before. But this was different. The darkness was not empty, but crowded. He could feel presences pressing in, unseen but undeniable, like a room full of people holding their breath. He turned to the girl, but she only looked ahead, her eyes steady, her silence inviting him to notice for himself. He strained his ears, listening beyond the hum, and then he heard it. 1,000 whispers at once, layered and overlapping, none loud enough to distinguish, but together forming a chorus of longing. They were not cries of despair like before, nor songs of comfort. They were waiting voices, voices that had not been answered. Morty's chest tightened. He wanted to speak, to hum, to do something, but the sound inside him faltered under the weight of so many voices. He felt small, smaller than ever. A boy sitting on a train with nothing but a single note, against an ocean of waiting. The girl's hand pressed gently against his arm. "Do not answer them all," she said softly. "Choose one. Listen as you would to a friend." Morty closed his eyes, breathing deeply, letting the layers pass over him like waves. Slowly, one voice rose clearer than the rest, fragile and trembling. It was not a voice he recognized, not Theo's or Lyra's or his mother's, but it carried the same shape of loneliness, the same ache of being unseen. He focused on it, letting his hum find its pitch, weaving into the voice instead of trying to drown it out. The moment his sound touched it, the whisper steadied, grew stronger, until it no longer trembled. It did not vanish. It did not need to. It had simply been heard. The other voices quieted, not gone, but gentler, as if they too had been acknowledged by his choice. Morty exhaled, his body shaking with the effort, but the hum in his chest was stronger now, richer, filled with a depth he had not known before. The train's rhythm steadied again, carrying him forward, and the girl's expression softened into something close to pride. "Every time you listen," she said, "you make the world lighter. Not for everyone at once, but for the ones who need it most." Morty nodded, his throat tight, because he understood now more than ever that listening was not passive. It was an offering, a thread woven into the fabric of someone else's being. The train windows brightened once more, showing scenes of quiet beauty. He saw a child helping another tie a shoelace, an old man feeding birds in a square, a woman pausing to pick up a fallen glove and return it. None of these were his memories, yet he felt them resonate in the hum, as though they too were part of the same song. He realized that kindness, wherever it happened, echoed far beyond its moment, carried along the threads of light that held the world together. Perhaps the train was showing him not only what he carried, but what others carried too, reminding him that he was not alone in answering. As he leaned into the glow, Morty felt a shift inside him, a widening of space. The hum was no longer contained in his chest, but flowed outward through his skin, into the air, until the entire carriage seemed alive with it. The girl placed her hand over his heart, not to quiet it, but to steady him, and whispered, "This is how you learn. By letting the sound travel further than yourself." He closed his eyes and let it move, not guiding it, not forcing it, just allowing it to be. The carriage seemed to breathe, the windows glowing brighter, the train humming louder, until Morty felt as though he was no longer simply riding, but becoming part of its motion. When he opened his eyes, the darkness outside had given way to a horizon, faint but real, a line of light stretching endlessly forward. It was not the light of dawn, not yet, but the promise of it, a glow that said the night could not hold forever. Morty leaned closer to the window, watching it expand, and for the first time he felt the faint stirrings of where the train was leading him. Not to a destination, not to an ending, but to a place where the world was waiting for him to hum back, fully and without fear. The train rolled on, steady as breath, and Morty, with the girl beside him and the chorus of the world inside him, let himself be carried deeper, knowing the next choice would come soon, and that he was ready to meet it. The faint horizon of light stretched endlessly ahead, and Morty could not take his eyes from it. It seemed fragile at first, a pale thread against the darkness, yet the longer he watched, the stronger it became, as though his gaze itself was helping it grow. The hum of the train matched its rhythm, a steady pulse that felt less like machinery and more like a heartbeat rising from the depths of the world. He leaned forward, his chest filling with a strange mixture of anticipation and peace, as if some part of him already knew what lay ahead, even if his mind had no words for it. The girl sat beside him, still and quiet, her presence unwavering. She had not spoken since the voices had quieted, but her silence was not empty. It was deliberate, like a teacher allowing the student to hold the answer before speaking it aloud. Morty glanced at her, then back to the horizon, and for the first time he felt that her guidance was not only leading him forward, it was also teaching him how to trust himself. The hum inside him no longer seemed to wait for her touch or her nod. It rose on its own, steady and confident, as if the world itself had learned to hum through him. As the train moved onward, the windows filled again with visions. They came not in quick flashes now, but in long, lingering images, as if the train wanted him to rest inside them. He saw his mother seated at the table, her hair streaked with years she had not yet lived, her face softened by a wisdom that seemed both tired and luminous. She was humming the same tune he had known since childhood, but this time he recognized it for what it was, a fragment of the world's hum carried in her breath. Morty felt tears rise unbidden, because he realized she had been listening all along, long before he knew how to listen himself. The image shifted into Theo, grown older too, his body stronger, but his eyes still carrying that same ache of absence. Yet this version of Theo was different. He was not hunched under the weight of loneliness, but standing tall, his laugh louder, fuller, as though it had been steadied by years of being heard. Morty smiled through his tears, because he could feel the threads of their friendship stretching into that future, carrying Theo safely across a silence that had once threatened to swallow him whole. Then Lyra appeared, her canvas towering like a wall, colours spilling across it in wild, luminous shapes. She painted not with frustration now, but with freedom, each stroke bold, each colour true. Her ribbon, still frayed, floated in her hair as if it had become part of the art itself, a mark of beauty rather than imperfection. Morty felt the hum answer to her colors, merging with them, and for a moment he swore the train itself brightened, as if her dreams were painting the path forward. The visions passed, and the horizon drew closer. The line of light swelled, widening into something that resembled dawn, though no sun rose. The hum deepened, and the carriage seemed to breathe with it. Morty placed his hand on the window, feeling the vibration in his palm, and whispered again, "I'm listening." The words felt different now, not a question, not a plea, but a promise. The girl turned to him at last, her eyes glinting with a mixture of pride and sadness. "And soon," she said softly, "you will be heard in return." The train slowed, its motion easing into a glide. Morty's chest tightened with expectation. The horizon of light loomed closer, no longer distant, but surrounding them, spilling into the carriage in threads that shimmered across the walls and floor. The windows dissolved, and for a moment Morty felt as if the entire train was suspended inside the glow. He looked at the girl, but she did not move. She simply watched him, waiting. Morty understood then it was not her role to lead him any further. This choice belonged to him alone. He stood, his legs unsteady at first, though the floor held him like solid ground. The hum surged within him, not wild but patient, like a tide waiting for his step. He breathed deeply, and the glow around him pulsed in response, as though it were alive, as though it had been listening to him all along. He realized suddenly that he was not only a passenger on this train, he was part of its journey, part of the thread that wove its endless track through the dark. The horizon was not a destination, but a mirror, reflecting back the listening he had carried all his life. Morty closed his eyes and let the hum rise fully without holding back. It flowed out of him, through his chest, through his skin, into the very air, until the entire carriage resonated. The glow brightened, threads of light braiding around him, pulling gently as though guiding him forward. He opened his eyes and saw the path had formed, not of rails, but of woven threads that stretched out of the train into the horizon itself. The doors opened silently, and beyond them lay only the light, endless and waiting. He hesitated, glancing back. The girl remained seated, her expression tender but firm. "You're not leaving them," she said, her voice like a hush across water. "You're carrying them with you." Morty nodded, feeling the weight of his mother's hum, Theo's laughter, Lyra's colors, his grandfather's silence, all of them woven into the hum within him. He stepped to the door, the glow brushing his face like a warm hand, and for a heartbeat he wondered if he would vanish when he crossed. But the hum reassured him. Listening was never disappearance. It was becoming. Morty lifted his foot and stepped onto the woven threads. They held him, steady and strong, though they felt alive, shifting gently under his weight like a pulse. The train did not move behind him. It remained still, waiting, its hum steady but quieter now, as if it too were listening. He walked forward slowly, each step carrying him deeper into the horizon of light. With every stride, he felt the hum inside him echo outward, and he realized that the world was answering, not with words, not with shapes, but with presence, with a listening as deep and patient as his own. The girl's voice carried one last time, softer now, as though already distant. "Every step you take writes a kindness into the fabric of the world. Do not forget that." Morty turned slightly, but the seat was empty. She had dissolved into the glow, or perhaps she had never been separate from it at all. He faced forward again, his heart steady, his breath calm. The horizon no longer seemed far. It was everywhere, within him and around him, stretching endlessly, waiting for him to walk further. And so he did, humming softly, his note joining the chorus that had been waiting since the beginning of time, each step carrying him deeper into the light, each silence filled with presence, each breath an answer. The path held him, the world listened, and Morty, no longer only the boy who once made cloud sandwiches and listened to pipes knitting in the night, became part of the song that carried everything forward. Morty walked along the woven threads of light, each step slow and careful, yet each one steadier than the last. The hum inside him flowed outward, merging with the glow, and he realized that the path was not separate from him. It was alive because he was walking it, carrying the sounds, the silences, the memories of everyone who had ever touched his heart. The threads shifted beneath his feet, not fragile but responsive, like the steady rhythm of breath. He understood now that listening was never about staying still. It had always been preparing him for this movement, this crossing into a place where presence itself shaped the ground. The horizon, once distant, expanded into a space that no longer seemed like dawn, but more like the heart of the world. The glow stretched upward into skies that pulsed like lungs, the air trembling with the resonance of countless voices woven into the hum. Some were familiar, his mother's humming, Lyra's laughter when she forgot her frustration, Theo's muffled sigh when he allowed himself to trust. Others were unknown, yet still recognizable in their yearning, their gentleness, their ache. Morty realized he was listening to the world in its fullness, both the living and those long gone, all carried together in this endless chorus. He paused and looked down at his hands. They glowed faintly, threads of light moving along his fingers, as if his body had become an instrument of the song. The memory of his grandfather's drawing, the intersecting lines of listening and time, rose in him. He traced the air with his glowing fingertips, and he felt the lines cross, not on paper now, but in the very fabric of the world. He understood. This was the point his grandfather had told him about, the moment where waiting ended and answering began. But as he took another step, the light around him dimmed. A shadow moved across the woven threads, not sharp or hostile, but heavy like grief that refuses to dissolve. Morty's chest tightened. The hum quivered, no longer steady, as though it too had been caught in the weight of this darkness. He stopped walking, listening harder, and heard it, a silence deeper than any he had known before. Not the gentle silence of a room at night, not the waiting silence of voices yearning to be heard, but a silence that pressed down with the memory of things lost forever. Morty's knees weakened. He wanted to turn back, to retreat to the train where the girl's presence had steadied him. But when he looked behind, there was nothing. Only the woven path glowing faintly, stretching back into the horizon that had already folded into the chorus. He was alone, with only the hum in his chest and the silence pressing against him. He whispered, "I'm listening." But his voice cracked, swallowed by the void. The silence gave no reply. For a long moment, Morty stood trembling, uncertain. Then he remembered the night in his own bed when he had whispered to his pillow, a soundless lullaby no one else heard. Back then, he had not expected a reply either. He had hummed only to keep himself company, to remind the world he was alive. Slowly, he closed his eyes and let that same sound rise again. Not strong, not certain, but steady, soft, the way a candle burns in the dark, even when no one is watching. At first, nothing changed. The silence remained heavy, pressing against him. But he did not stop. He let the hum flow through him, patient and unhurried, even as doubt gnawed at him. He hummed as if for a friend who would never answer, as if for his grandfather's silence, as if for every cry the world had left unanswered. He hummed because silence, no matter how deep, still deserved presence. And then slowly, the darkness shifted. It did not vanish, but it softened, its weight easing just enough for the threads beneath his feet to brighten again. The silence began to tremble, as though acknowledging him. Morty felt tears slip down his cheeks, not from fear, but from the tenderness of the moment, because even silence, the heaviest silence, had listened back. The hum inside him steadied, richer now, filled with something new. Endurance. The path stretched forward once more, and Morty walked on. With each step, the silence receded, replaced again by the chorus of voices rising and falling like waves. But now he heard something deeper within them, a low undertone that had not been there before. It was the voice of silence itself, woven into the song, no longer weight alone, but part of the harmony. Morty realized then that listening was not only for voices, it was also for the spaces between them, for the griefs that could not be spoken, for the losses that could not be mended. Listening was presence, even in the face of absence. He walked for what felt like hours, though time no longer carried its old shape. The path carried him through currents of memory and possibility, through laughter and ache, through light and shadow, woven together. And all the while, the hum inside him grew steadier, its rhythm expanding outward, until it seemed to shape the very glow of the horizon. He began to sense that the world was no longer only speaking to him. It was speaking with him, answering in the same language he had learned to carry. At last, the path widened into an open space, a vast plain of woven light that stretched in every direction. Morty stopped and looked around, his breath catching. At the center of the plain stood a figure, faint at first, then clearer as the hum grew louder. It was not the girl, it was not anyone he had known. Yet when Morty looked at the figure, he felt the same familiarity he felt when hearing his mother's hum, or seeing Theo's smile, or watching Lyra paint. The figure was all of them, and none of them, a presence woven from every kindness, every silence, every cry that had ever been heard. The figure raised a hand, and the glow around it pulsed. Morty felt the hum inside him swell, answering instinctively, and the space between them vibrated with resonance. He understood, without words, this was the heart of the listening, the place where all threads converged. The figure's hand lowered, and Morty knew it was inviting him closer. His steps were slow, each one heavy with awe, but the woven ground held him firm, guiding him forward. When he stood before the figure, it did not speak. It only placed its hand gently over his chest, right where the hum lived. In that touch, Morty felt everything, the silences he had honored, the cries he had answered, the kindnesses he had given, the griefs he had carried. All of them pulsed in rhythm, all of them converged into one sound. He realized then that the hum was not his alone, not even the world's alone. It was the sound of connection itself, the thread that bound every life, every silence, every kindness together. Morty's breath shuddered as the figure's presence flowed into him. He closed his eyes and let the sound carry him, let it stretch him wider than his own body, let it make him part of the weave itself. For a moment there was no Morty, no train, no horizon, only the hum, endless and tender, carrying everything forward. When he opened his eyes again, the figure was gone, dissolved into the glow, and Morty stood alone in the plain of light. Yet he did not feel lonely. He felt vast. The hum inside him was steady, stronger than ever, carrying not only his voice, but the voices of countless others. He placed his hand over his chest, whispering softly, "I hear you." The glow pulsed in answer, and Morty smiled through his tears. He was no longer only listening, he was becoming the answer itself. The plane shimmered, and Morty felt the woven threads shift beneath his feet, forming a new path. The journey was not over, it had only widened. With a deep breath he stepped forward, carrying the hum into the next stretch of the endless horizon. Morty stepped onto the new path as it wove itself from the plane of light, the threads shimmering beneath his feet with a pulse that felt like his own heartbeat, multiplied 100 times over. He no longer felt as though he was following something outside himself. The path seemed to emerge from his very steps, each one pulling more of the world into being. The hum inside him was steady, fuller now, carrying not just his own sound but the echoes of others, his mother's soft lullabies, Theo's laughter both broken and healing, Lyra's wild colors turned into rhythm, even the silence of his grandfather. They moved through him like a chorus, each voice distinct, yet bound together in a single, endless note. The horizon that stretched ahead was no longer just light. Shapes began to form within it, faint at first, then more defined, until Morty realized he was not walking into emptiness but into a vast expanse of memory and presence woven together. Fields of threads rippled like grass under wind, each blade humming quietly, each carrying a story. He paused, listening, and the hum inside him aligned with theirs, weaving into a harmony so wide he could not hear its edges. The sound filled him until he thought he might burst, but instead of breaking, he expanded, his chest able to hold more than he ever believed possible. He looked down at his hands again. They still glowed faintly, but now he could see fine threads trailing from his fingertips into the weave beneath his feet. Each step was not only supported by the path, it was stitching new connections as he walked, as though his listening had become part of the world's fabric. He felt both small and infinite, a single boy in an endless expanse, and yet also part of something that reached far beyond himself. A gentle stirring came from ahead, like a wind that carried no air, but still touched him. Morty squinted into the glow and saw figures rising from the threads themselves. They were faint, translucent, as if woven from light, but as they drew nearer, he recognized them. Some were echoes of people he knew, Theo as a child chasing a ball, Lyra bent over her paints, his mother humming by the kitchen window. Others were strangers, yet they felt no less familiar, as if their lives had brushed against his in ways too subtle to name. They moved around him, not as ghosts, but as presences, each carrying a hum of their own. Morty felt his chest respond instinctively, his hum joining theirs, and for a moment the entire plane sang. But then the threads ahead darkened again, shadows rising like knots in the weave. The presences dimmed, their voices faltering, and Morty felt the pull of sorrow return. He braced himself, remembering the silence he had faced before, but this was different. It was not absence that weighed on him. It was discord, voices clashing, sounds colliding instead of harmonizing. The hum turned jagged, almost painful, and Morty staggered, clutching his chest. The figures around him looked toward the knots, their expressions heavy with grief, but none of them moved closer. Morty realized they could not untangle what had grown there. It was his step that had brought him here, and so it was his hum the weave now waited for. His knees shook as he approached, the sound inside him quivering against the weight of disharmony. For a moment he wanted to retreat, to return to the steady chorus, but the threads tugged at his feet, not forcing but inviting, asking if he would stay and listen. He knelt at the edge of the knot, placing his hand on the darkened strands. They pulsed faintly, full of broken echoes, anger unspoken, kindness withheld, grief that had twisted into bitterness. Morty closed his eyes and let the hum rise from his chest, but this time he did not send it outward. Instead, he softened it, listening first, letting the broken sounds wash through him. They hurt. They scraped against his ribs, throbbed in his temples, threatened to unravel his steadiness. But he did not pull away. He let them exist. He hummed, not over them, but with them, shaping his sound to meet theirs without judgment. Slowly, painfully, the knot loosened. The jagged echoes softened, the broken strands trembling as if unsure whether to trust. Morty hummed deeper, steady and patient, the way his grandfather had sipped tea in silence, the way his mother had hummed when she thought no one listened, the way Theo had leaned into him without asking for words. He carried those lessons into the sound, and the knot unwound, the threads brightening as they slipped back into harmony. When Morty opened his eyes, the plane was glowing again, and the presences around him hummed louder, as if thanking him. He swayed with exhaustion, but the hum inside him steadied him, filling the emptiness that the knot had drained. The girl was not here to reassure him, but he felt her presence in the hum, faint yet steady, as though she had always been part of it. He rose slowly, brushing his glowing hands against his chest, and whispered, "I'm still listening." The plane pulsed in reply, the thread stretching forward once more. He walked on, lighter and heavier all at once, carrying the weight of what he had just done and the strength of having answered it. Ahead, the horizon shimmered differently now. It no longer looked endless. A shape formed in the distance, tall and faint, but unmistakable, the outline of a doorway woven from threads of both light and shadow. Morty's breath caught. He did not know what lay beyond, but the hum in his chest resonated with it, calling him forward. The figures of light around him began to fade, their presences dissolving into the weave. Before they vanished, they bowed their heads slightly, and Morty felt their gratitude flow into him like warmth. He nodded back, tears pricking his eyes, and stepped onto the path that led towards the doorway. The hum inside him grew stronger with every step, not with urgency, but with quiet inevitability. He knew now that each silence, each kindness, each ache he had carried had been preparing him for this. The doorway loomed larger, its threads shimmering like strands of a loom, waiting for a weaver's hand. Morty stopped before it, placing his hand against the woven frame. It pulsed under his touch, alive, listening. He closed his eyes, letting the hum rise once more, and whispered, "I am ready." The doorway brightened, threads unraveling and reweaving themselves, as though it were answering him in return. The hum inside him and the hum of the weave merged, one steady sound that filled the air, the plane, the horizon itself. Morty breathed deeply, stepped forward, and crossed into the light. Morty stepped through the doorway and felt the woven threads of light give way beneath his feet, not vanishing, but rearranging themselves into something entirely new. For a moment, there was no path, no train, no plane behind him, only a suspension, as though he had stepped into the pause between heartbeats. The hum within him held steady, yet even it seemed quieter now, listening with him, waiting to discover what came next. His breath slowed, and the air around him thickened, not heavy but dense, filled with presence he could not yet see. Then slowly the light shifted, and Morty found himself standing in a place that felt impossibly familiar and impossibly strange. It was his town, or something that resembled it, stitched together from threads of memory and glow. The houses leaned at angles softer than reality. The trees swayed without wind, and the sky overhead shimmered with the texture of cloth. He stood on the same street he had walked every morning to school, yet it hummed with a life that made every brick, every shadow, every lamp, glow faintly, as if aware of his presence. Morty turned and saw his own home at the corner. The curtains fluttered, though no one moved them. He stepped closer, each footfall resonating, and as he touched the fence, the wood trembled with recognition. Inside, he glimpsed his mother at the table, bent over her tea, her face younger and older at once. She looked up, and though her eyes did not meet his directly, she smiled faintly as if sensing his watching. Morty pressed his hand against the fence and whispered, "I'm here." The hum in his chest vibrated through the wood, and her smile softened into peace before the image dissolved. He kept walking. The town around him unfolded like memory remade into dream. Theo appeared on the playground swing, but he was neither child nor adult. He shifted between ages as though time itself had let him flow. Morty listened as Theo laughed, the sound fragile at first, then steadier when Morty's hum joined it. Lyra appeared too, painting against the side of a wall that had never stood there before, her brush dripping light instead of colour. She turned, her eyes bright with the same recognition she had given him on the street long ago. Morty wanted to go to her, but when he stepped forward, the image dissolved like wet paint, leaving only the glow of her ribbon floating briefly in the air. The world was showing him not illusions, but reflections, weaving together the threads of everything he carried. Morty realized then that this place was not meant to keep him, but to remind him of the weight he bore, of the voices stitched into his own hum. He walked further, and the streets bent gently, leading him to a place that had not existed in his town, but which the weave had made. It was a wide square, empty except for a pool of water in its center. The surface shimmered not with reflections of sky, but with moving threads of light, each one carrying a faint hum. Morty knelt beside the pool and leaned close. He heard them clearly, the voices of strangers and familiar ones alike, whispering and humming through the threads. He saw glimpses in the water, a girl tying her shoes in a rush of mourning, a man dropping breadcrumbs to waiting birds, an old woman mending a blanket with trembling hands. Acts so small they might vanish unnoticed, yet here they were, woven into the fabric of the world as surely as grander moments. Morty's chest ached with tenderness. He understood now that listening was not for rare things, but for everything. Every small gesture was part of the song. As he reached out to touch the pool, the hum inside him surged. The threads of water twined around his fingers, not wet, but alive, pulsing with warmth. They clung to him, and for an instant he felt the weight of all the voices, all the silences, all the aches that had been carried through the world. It was almost too much. He gasped, pulling back slightly, but then steadied himself. He hummed low, steady, reminding the threads he was not trying to fix them, only to listen. They loosened, their vibrations softening, and slowly returned to the pool. Morty stood again, trembling but calmer. He turned from the square and found that the streets had shifted. Ahead, a new path waited, narrower, leading toward the edge of town where the woven glow grew denser, almost like a forest of threads rising tall as trees. He walked toward it, the hum in his chest guiding his steps. The closer he came, the more the forest pulsed, each thread vibrating with a sound like distant whispers. When he entered, the hum around him deepened. It was darker here, the threads thicker, their glow muted. Morty walked carefully, brushing his hands along them, each touch stirring faint echoes, fragments of conversations, laughter that had been forgotten, sighs that had gone unheard. It was overwhelming, like walking through a library where every book whispered at once. He slowed his breath, let his hum rise again, and gradually the forest quieted, the threads calming under his presence. He realized this place held all the moments people believed were lost, tucked away like fallen leaves, waiting for someone to notice. At the center of the forest, Morty found a clearing. A single thread rose there, thicker than the rest, pulsing with a light that alternated between bright and dim. Morty approached, feeling its vibration deep in his bones. This was not a single voice, but many, woven so tightly they had become one. He reached out and placed his hand against it, and immediately the hum inside him resonated with its rhythm. His body trembled as he felt the weight of countless lives pressing through the thread. Voices layered in harmony and dissonance, kindness and sorrow. It was too much for one heart alone, but Morty remembered he was not alone. The hum was never his alone. He pressed his other hand to his chest, grounding himself, and whispered, "I hear you. I carry you." The thread pulsed brighter, the forest humming louder, until the sound rose like a wave and spread outward, shaking the very ground of the woven world. Morty's knees gave way and he fell, but he kept his hands pressed, letting the sound move through him instead of resisting. Slowly, the pulsing steadied, the brightness evened, and the forest quieted into calm once more. When he opened his eyes, the great thread was glowing steadily, its vibrations soft and balanced. Morty rose, weak but steady, and stepped back. The forest shifted behind him, the threads parting to reveal another path leading deeper into the horizon. He understood then that each step would bring him to heavier hums, denser silences, greater knots to listen to and answer. But he did not fear it. His chest carried not only his own strength, but the voices of everyone he had ever known, and the endless chorus that waited to be heard. Morty took a deep breath, the hum rising in him once more, and stepped forward into the path beyond the forest, ready to carry the listening wherever it would lead. Morty stepped from the forest of threads and felt the path grow firmer beneath his feet, the weave tightening as though it wanted to guide him with certainty now. The hum inside his chest steadied, pulsing in rhythm with the ground, and he realized that the world was no longer waiting for him to follow. It was walking with him, keeping time to his breath. The air around him shimmered faintly, no longer the soft glow of woven light, but a brilliance that wavered between brightness and shadow, as though both were learning how to coexist. Morty inhaled slowly, and the hum answered, filling him with a quiet anticipation that felt like the moment before a bell is struck. Ahead, the horizon opened into another vast expanse. This time it was not a plain, not a forest, but something resembling a sky turned inward. Above and below him stretched currents of light, flowing like rivers across the air, looping and twisting into patterns that seemed to carry the memory of constellations. Each current hummed with its own tone, some high and quick, others low and deep, and together they wove a sound so wide it made his chest tremble. Morty took a step forward, and the currents shifted, parting slightly to make room for his presence, as though they had been waiting for him. He stood at the edge of a stream of light and placed his hand into it. The current did not burn or push him. It flowed around his fingers, singing into his skin. Images flickered through him in an instant. Lyra's brush strokes, Theo's laughter breaking through grief, his mother whispering his name as she thought he was asleep. The current carried not just memory, but feeling, and Morty felt each one echo into his chest. He withdrew his hand slowly, his body shaking, and realized these rivers were not just threads of the world's fabric. They were the lives themselves, flowing onward, each humming its own song. Morty stepped carefully onto one of the brighter currents, his feet steady on the flowing light. It carried him forward gently, not rushing but gliding, and he let it take him deeper. The hum inside him aligned with the current, vibrating in harmony until he felt almost weightless, as though he were part of the flow itself. He closed his eyes, and for a moment he lost the distinction between himself and the current. He was listening, and he was also the song being listened to. But then the harmony broke. A darker current cut across his path, its hum jagged, uneven, as if fractured. The bright stream beneath his feet shuddered where they touched, and Morty stumbled, nearly falling into the chasm of light and shadow below. He steadied himself, his heart racing, and listened carefully. The broken current sang not in words but in echoes, cries cut short, laughter drowned in bitterness, hopes that had been abandoned before they could bloom. Morty felt the ache of it surge into him, heavy enough to bend his knees. He wanted to step back into the brighter current, but the broken one reached for him, its jagged hum pulling at his chest. He realized then that the weave was asking him to choose, to remain in the comfort of harmony or to step into discord and listen where no one else had. Morty swallowed, his throat dry, and whispered, "I will not turn away." He let his foot step into the darker current, and immediately the hum inside him faltered, shaken by the sharpness pressing into him. The current resisted him, tried to push him out, but Morty steadied his breath, closed his eyes, and hummed, not loudly, not forcefully, but gently, the way one hums to a frightened animal or a restless child. At first the current only thrashed harder, its discord scraping against his ribs. Morty winced, nearly losing his balance, but he did not stop. He kept humming, low and steady, letting his sound lean into the jagged edges without trying to erase them. Slowly, almost imperceptibly, the current softened. Its rhythm steadied, not fully healed, but less violent, its jagged notes turning into something mournful rather than destructive. Morty's chest ached with the weight of it, but the ache was bearable now, carried between them. He whispered, "You are not alone," and though the current gave no reply, it carried him forward without resistance. When Morty opened his eyes again, he saw that the darker current had shifted color. It was no longer shadow alone, but streaked with faint light, threads of gold weaving through the black. The bright current beside it swayed closer, intertwining, and together they moved forward, their hums blending into a deeper harmony. Morty exhaled shakily, realizing he had not fixed the broken stream, but he had listened to it long enough that it no longer tore itself apart. It had become part of the song again, even if still scarred. He walked further along the current, the rivers of light stretching endlessly around him. More streams flowed beside him, some bright, some dim, some fractured, some whole, and he began to understand that his journey here was not about reaching a destination, but about weaving harmony into what he encountered, one current at a time. The horizon was no longer something to approach. It was something he was already inside, something he was helping shape with every breath, every hum, every step. The currents began to converge ahead, swirling into a vast whirl of light and shadow that pulsed like a heart. Morty felt its rhythm before he saw it fully, a steady thrum that shook the air. As he approached, the streams around him bent inward, joining the whirl, their voices blending into one immense hum. Morty stopped at the edge, his chest trembling, because he understood what it was. This was not a single current. This was the chorus of everything, the living, the gone, the forgotten, the remembered, all bound into one great heart of sound. It was beautiful, and it was terrifying. The hum was too vast for one body to hold, yet Morty knew he had been brought here to listen. He stepped forward, the glow of the whirl pulling him closer, and placed both hands against its edge. The moment he touched it, the sound roared through him, filling every bone, every vein, until he thought he would dissolve into it entirely. His breath stuttered, his knees gave way, but he kept his palms pressed, whispering through the torrent, "I hear you, I hear all of you." The whirl pulsed brighter, and for a moment, Morty saw visions rushing through him faster than he could name, faces of strangers, cries of children, laughter across centuries, storms breaking over fields, hands clutching other hands in love and in fear. He gasped, unable to hold it all, but then he remembered the girl's words. Answering is not fixing, it is presence. He stopped trying to hold every sound and instead opened himself, letting them pass through, letting them be carried by the hum that moved through him. Slowly, the roar steadied into something he could bear. The whirl's glow dimmed to a softer light, and its rhythm aligned with his breath. Morty pressed his forehead against it, tears streaming, and whispered again, "You are not alone." For a long moment the world was only hum, only presence, only the endless weaving of voices and silences. When Morty finally stepped back, the whirl had calmed, its glow no longer frantic, but steady, like a lantern set in the dark. The currents flowed outward from it again, brighter than before, their harmonies clearer. Morty staggered, exhausted but unbroken, the hum inside him stronger than it had ever been. He realized he was no longer only listening to the world was listening through him. The currents parted ahead, opening into another path of woven threads that glowed with quiet invitation. Morty wiped his tears, steadied his breath, and stepped forward, carrying the chorus with him into the endless horizon. Morty stepped onto the new path that unfurled from the edge of the great whirl, his body still trembling from the weight of what he had carried. The threads beneath his feet glowed faintly, not with the overwhelming brilliance of the chorus, but with a softer radiance, like lanterns set at intervals along a quiet road. His breath slowed, steadying with each step, and the hum within him shifted, no longer strained, but calmer, richer, as though it had been expanded by what he had just survived. He realized he was not merely walking through a woven world anymore, he was part of the weaving itself, each step stitching presence into the fabric of things. The air grew stiller as he went on, heavy but not suffocating, filled with a listening so deep it reminded him of nights when he lay awake as a child, certain that the dark was holding its breath just for him. The horizon here was muted, the glow dimmed, and Morty felt the difference immediately. Where before the world had pressed forward with its chorus, here it seemed to hesitate, as though waiting for him to notice what lingered in the quiet. He slowed his pace, pressing his hand against the nearest thread, and felt not a hum, but an absence, an ache that had gone too long unheard. The absence unsettled him more than any cry or jagged sound he had faced before. It was not painful in the way sorrow was, nor sharp like discord, but hollow like an abandoned room. He leaned into it, humming gently, but the thread did not answer. For a moment he faltered, his chest felt too empty, his hum too thin. Yet he kept walking, letting the silence accompany him, learning its shape. Slowly, he began to realize that even emptiness had a rhythm. The pause between heartbeats, the breath drawn before words, the waiting that does not know if an answer will come. The threads around him grew sparser, their glow fading, until Morty found himself standing in a wide clearing of woven ground where no voices echoed. Above, the sky was blank, stripped of its currents, and the air pressed down in heavy stillness. It felt like the center of a silence too deep to ever be filled. Morty's chest ached, his hum faltering against the weight. He whispered, "I'm listening," but the words seemed to fall away, swallowed before they could take shape. He sank to his knees, hands pressed against the weave, and for a moment fear slipped into him, the fear that here he might dissolve, that this place was too empty to hold him. He thought of his mother's quiet humming in the kitchen, of Theo's laughter when it finally broke free of grief, of Lyra's colours spilling across her canvas, and the memory steadied him. He drew a breath, closed his eyes, and let the hum rise again, not to fill the silence, but to sit inside it. The sound was faint at first, no more than a thread itself, trembling and thin. He hummed anyway, letting it carry, letting it stretch into the emptiness. The silence did not push back, but it also did not resist. It simply received him, quiet and endless. Morty kept humming, his breath slow, and something inside him shifted. He began to understand that emptiness was not absence at all. It was space, a vast space waiting for presence, a space where every kindness, every answered cry, every gentle note could rest without being crowded out. As he hummed, the clearing brightened faintly. Threads began to stir beneath him, their glow slow, hesitant, like seedlings pushing through soil after a long winter. Morty felt them respond, faint but real, and his chest swelled with relief. His hum steadied, stronger now, feeding the glow, coaxing the silence into becoming part of the song. It did not become loud or full like the chorus of the whirl. It remained soft, delicate, but it was no longer hollow. It was alive. Morty rose slowly, his body steadier, and looked around the clearing. The threads were glowing again, faint but present, weaving themselves into new patterns. Above, the blank sky rippled, and faint constellations of light returned, humming softly. He realized the silence had not been a void, but a waiting place, a cradle for beginnings. It had needed not to be filled, but to be accompanied. By listening, he had given it permission to exist, and in turn, it had opened to him. As he stepped forward, the clearing began to dissolve, the silence folding itself into the hum of the wider weave. Morty felt himself carry part of it within him, a new kind of strength, not the strength of answering loud cries, but the patience of holding emptiness without fear. The hum inside him was deeper now, carrying both sound and silence in its rhythm. He whispered, "I hear you," and the clearing pulsed one last time before fading into the horizon. The path stretched forward again, but this time it felt different. The threads were brighter, steadier, as though his listening had mended them. Morty walked with a lighter step, his body tired but his spirit steady. He knew now that the journey would bring him into places of discord, sorrow, silence, and emptiness again, but he no longer feared them. He carried their voices, their pauses, their waiting within him. Ahead, the weave shifted, opening into what looked like a great arch rising from the horizon. It was woven of both shadow and light, its form bending as though alive, humming with a resonance so deep it vibrated through his bones. Morty slowed, awe filling him because he could feel it listening. This was no ordinary part of the path. It was a threshold, and what waited beyond it felt larger than anything he had yet faced. He stood before it, his hands trembling slightly, and pressed his palm against the woven arch. The hum inside him rose to meet its rhythm, steady and strong. He whispered, "I am ready." Not because he knew what waited, but because he had learned that readiness did not come from certainty. It came from presence. The arch pulsed in response, its threads unraveling and reweaving into an opening. Morty stepped forward, carrying the silence, the cries, the kindnesses, and the endless hum with him into what waited beyond. Morty stepped through the arch, and the woven threads shifted beneath him with a sensation unlike anything he had felt before. The path did not hold steady as it always had. Instead, it gave way gently, lowering him as though he were sinking into water. The hum inside his chest deepened, resonating with the descent, and for a moment he felt himself suspended in a space where there was no up or down, no horizon, no separation between his body and the weave. He was being carried, not falling, lowered into a place that felt hidden, even within the endlessness he had already walked. When his feet touched solid ground again, the air was different. It was dense, charged with a resonance that vibrated so strongly he could feel it in the marrow of his bones. Around him stretched a vast chamber of threads, not loose and rippling like the plains, not flowing like the rivers of light, but braided tightly into pillars that rose impossibly high. Each pillar pulsed with a rhythm, slow and deliberate, as if they were keeping time for the entire weave. The chamber itself hummed like a heart, and Morty knew instinctively that he had stepped into the core of something far greater than any place he had seen before. He walked forward cautiously, his breath shallow, his steps reverberating across the ground as though each one was acknowledged. The hum within him responded to the chamber's rhythm, aligning itself until his chest felt like a drum in the hands of a larger song. He placed his palm against one of the pillars, and immediately images burst into him. Wars fought and ended, hands holding one another in final moments, children laughing in fields, storms tearing roofs from homes. The pillar did not filter or choose, it showed him everything. He gasped and pulled back, his body trembling, but the hum steadied him, reminding him that he was not here to judge or to flee. He was here to listen. Morty inhaled and placed his hand back against the pillar. This time he braced himself, letting the flood of voices and images pour through him. They came too fast to understand individually, but together they formed a pattern, a rhythm of existence itself, grief and joy, birth and ending, silence and song. Morty closed his eyes, humming softly, and the torrent slowed, aligning with his breath until the images became threads he could hold. He whispered, "I hear you," and the pillar pulsed in reply, brighter, its hum folding into his. As he moved deeper into the chamber, he saw that not all the pillars glowed evenly. Some pulsed strong and steady, while others flickered dimly, their threads frayed at the edges. He felt a pull toward one of the dimmer pillars, its light faint, its hum broken. He pressed his hand to it and felt a chill spread through him. This pillar carried silence like he had never known before, not emptiness but neglect, the ache of voices that had never been heard, of kindnesses overlooked, of lives forgotten. The weight of it bent him to his knees, and for a moment he thought he might break under it. But Morty remembered the clearing of silence he had faced before, how he had learned that emptiness was not absence, but waiting. He closed his eyes and began to hum softly, letting his sound rise not in defiance, but in companionship. The pillar resisted at first, its silence heavy, unmoving. Morty steadied his breath and hummed again, deeper, slower, as if rocking a child who refused to sleep. Slowly, the flickering threads of the pillar responded, vibrating faintly, acknowledging his presence. He whispered, "You are not forgotten," and the pillar brightened, its hum steadier, folding itself back into the rhythm of the chamber. Exhaustion pulled at him, but Morty rose, moving from pillar to pillar. Some were steady, some dim, some broken, and each time he placed his hands against them, he listened, he hummed, he answered. With every touch, he carried a little more weight, but he also grew stronger, his hum widening, as though it had learned to hold what once would have crushed him. Hours might have passed, or days. Time no longer followed its old measure here. But when Morty finally paused, the chamber itself glowed brighter, its rhythm stronger, steadier. as if his listening had mended part of its heart. He stood in the center, his chest rising and falling with the rhythm of the whole. And then he noticed something. Beyond the pillars, at the far edge of the chamber, there was a shadow where no glow reached. It was not simply dim, it was void, an absence so absolute that even the hum faltered when he looked at it. Morty's breath caught. This was different from the silences he had faced before. This was not waiting, not neglect. It was refusal, a place where the threads had torn away entirely. His body trembled as he approached, each step heavier than the last. The hum in his chest quivered, unsteady, as though warning him. But Morty did not stop. He knew now that every part of the weave, even this, was calling him to listen. He stepped into the shadow, and immediately the air grew cold, his breath catching in his throat. He pressed his hand to the broken threads, and nothing answered, not cries, not silence, nothing. It was absence, total and consuming. For the first time, Morty felt truly alone. Fear welled in him, sharp and raw. The hum inside him faltered, nearly extinguished, and he staggered, clutching his chest. His knees gave out, and he fell to the ground, his forehead pressing into the woven floor. He whispered, "I can't." The words broke from him before he could stop them. The void gave no reply. He sobbed once, the sound thin against the vast emptiness, and for a moment he believed he had reached the end of what he could give. But then a memory stirred, his grandfather's hand on his shoulder, pressing the folded paper into his palm, the intersecting lines, listening, and time. Morty remembered the words, "Noticing is only the beginning. One day you'll have to answer." He realized this was that moment. Not the cries, not the silences, not even the discord had asked as much as this. This void was not asking to be fixed. It was asking if he would stay, if he would keep listening even when there was nothing to hear. Morty drew a shaky breath, pressed his palm flat against the broken threads, and closed his eyes. He let the hum rise again, faint, fragile, but his. He hummed into the void, not to fill it, not to change it, but to remain present inside it. His voice cracked, but he did not stop. He hummed for his mother's lullabies, for Theo's laughter, for Lyra's colors, for his grandfather's silence. He hummed for everything the void could not hold. He hummed to say, "Even here, I will stay." At first, nothing happened. Then, slowly, almost imperceptibly, the faintest vibration stirred beneath his palm. It was not light, not sound, but the barest acknowledgement, like the twitch of a finger after a long sleep. Morty gasped, tears spilling down his cheeks, and hummed louder, steadier. The broken threads trembled, faint light flickering through them. The void did not vanish, it would never vanish, but it had answered. Morty collapsed against the pillar, his body drained, but the hum in his chest burned brighter than ever. He had not fixed the absence, he had not erased the void, but he had listened to it, and that was enough. The chamber around him pulsed, the pillars glowing brighter, the rhythm steadier, as though the entire weave had felt what he had done. Morty smiled faintly through his exhaustion, whispering, "I'm here. I'll keep listening." The shadow pulsed one last time, faint but real, before settling into the rhythm of the chamber. Morty rose slowly, unsteady but unbroken, and stepped back toward the center. The hum within him was vast now, carrying everything, the cries, the silences, the discord, the emptiness, even the void. He knew he had reached a turning point. Beyond this chamber, the path would not lead him deeper into listening alone. It would carry him toward answering in ways he could not yet imagine. The pillars glowed, the chamber pulsed, and the arch ahead opened once more, threads unraveling into a new horizon. Morty took a deep breath, his heart steady, and stepped forward, ready to carry the hum into whatever waited beyond. Morty stepped through the unraveling arch and felt the chamber recede behind him, its rhythm lingering like an echo inside his chest. The ground beneath his feet was softer now, less like woven fabric and more like soil, though it shimmered faintly as if it too had been spun from threads of light. The air carried a new weight, not the dense silence of the void, not the sharp ache of discord, but a vast expectancy, as if the weave itself was holding its breath. His hum answered it instinctively, low and steady, and the path brightened faintly with each note, stretching out before him into a horizon that shifted between shadow and glow. He walked forward slowly, each step a reminder of the weight he now carried. The void's memory was still heavy in his bones, but his chest burned brighter than before, as though the act of staying with that emptiness had given him a strength that no harmony could have taught. The path curved gently, leading him toward what looked like a wide expanse in the distance. He could not yet see what lay there, but he felt its presence, a gravity that pulled at him like the tide. As he drew nearer, the expanse revealed itself. It was a great amphitheatre woven from threads of every shade, bright, dim, fractured and whole, spiraling into rising walls that seemed to circle the sky itself. The ground at the centre pulsed with a slow rhythm, each beat reverberating through the walls until the entire space vibrated like the inside of a living instrument. Morty stopped at the edge, breath catching, because he could feel what this place was. It was a gathering, a convergence of voices waiting to be heard. He stepped into the centre, and immediately the walls shimmered. Threads unfurled, and voices poured into the amphitheatre, rising like a storm of echoes. Some were loud, some barely whispers, some joyous, some broken. They overlapped, collided, wove together, and tore apart again in an endless flood. Morty staggered under the weight of it, clutching his chest, his hum faltering. It was too much. He could not distinguish one voice from another, could not find the rhythm beneath the chaos. Panic surged in him, the memory of the void's silence rising like a warning. But then he remembered what he had learned there. That presence was enough. He fell to his knees in the center of the amphitheatre, closed his eyes and drew in a slow breath. He let the hum rise, faint at first, then steadier, not to silence the voices, not to control them, but to offer a note of constancy. He hummed as if to say, "I am here, even if you cannot be still." The flood raged on around him, the voices colliding louder, but some began to notice. A few softened, their tones aligning with his hum, weaving into its steadiness. Then more and more, until the chaos thinned, not vanishing, but shifting. The voices did not stop. They became distinct. He could hear them individually now, a mother singing to her child, a man calling across a river, a girl whispering her fear into the night. They were endless, yet each one carried its own hum, its own presence. Morty listened to them one at a time, letting each pass through him, acknowledging, answering with his hum. Hours may have passed, or lifetimes, he lost track of time. But the amphitheatre did not care. It held him, held the voices, held the endless exchange of presence. And slowly, something remarkable happened. The voices began to weave together, not perfectly, not without dissonance, but with a rhythm that resembled song. They rose and fell, some strong, some fragile, yet together forming a harmony that filled the amphitheatre with light. Morty opened his eyes, tears streaking his cheeks, and saw that the walls were glowing brighter than ever. The threads of every shade now pulsed in time with the song, not erasing their differences, but holding them as part of the whole. He realized then that harmony was not sameness. It was difference held together by listening. As the song filled the air, Morty rose to his feet. The hum inside him no longer felt separate. It was woven directly into the chorus, his note indistinguishable yet essential. He turned slowly, taking in the amphitheater, and felt an overwhelming tenderness. This was not only the world's voices, it was the world's memory, its presence, its longing to be heard. He whispered, "I hear you." And the amphitheater pulsed in response, threads glowing so brightly they blurred into radiance. But then, just as the song reached its height, the light flickered. A low tremor shook the ground, and the voices faltered, some breaking into cries, others falling silent. Morty's chest clenched. The amphitheater dimmed, its glow unraveling in places, and he saw that cracks had formed along the walls. From those cracks spilled shadow, thick and restless, curling like smoke through the air. It was not absence like the void. It was distortion, a twisting of voices until they no longer knew their own shape. The cries bent into mockeries of themselves, laughter warped into jeers, whispers sharpened into cutting edges. The hum inside Morty wavered under the weight of it. His knees buckled, and he fell again, clutching his chest. The distortion pressed against him, thick and suffocating, demanding he answer with fear. But Morty remembered again, the knot in the weave, the jagged current, the silence, the void. Every time, the world had asked the same question. Would he stay? Would he keep listening, even when the sound was unbearable? He pressed his palms to the ground, trembling, and let the hum rise once more. It cracked at first, thin against the distortion, but he kept going. He hummed for Lyra's colors, for Theo's laugh, for his mother's humming, for the girl who had taken his hand on the platform. He hummed for every kindness he had witnessed, for every silence he had honored. The distortion pushed harder, curling around him like smoke, but he did not stop. He whispered, "I hear you," even to the twisting, even to the cries that had lost themselves. Slowly, the distortion hesitated. The shadows wavered, their edges blurring. Morty's hum steadied, stronger now, and the cracks in the amphitheater's walls began to close, threads reweaving themselves. The distorted voices softened, some falling quiet, others bending back into their true forms. It was not perfect. Some remained jagged, scarred by what they had endured. But they were no longer tearing the song apart. They were part of it again. Morty collapsed onto the ground, his chest heaving, his body weak, but the amphitheater glowed steadily once more. The song filled the space again, richer now for the scars it carried, deeper for the fractures that had been acknowledged. Morty closed his eyes, tears still streaming, and whispered, "You are not alone. None of you are alone." The amphitheater pulsed in reply, its glow stretching outward until it spilled into the horizon, threads unraveling into new paths. Morty rose slowly, unsteady but carried by the hum, and stepped toward the opening. The song followed him, echoing in his chest, a reminder that even distortion, even brokenness could find its place in the weave, if only someone stayed to listen. He crossed the threshold, the amphitheater fading behind him, and felt the horizon shift again. The path ahead shimmered with both shadow and light, waiting. Morty steadied himself, his hum strong, and walked forward, ready to listen to whatever the weave would show him next. Morty stepped into the shimmer of the horizon and felt the air change again. The song of the amphitheater still vibrated faintly in his chest, but here it was thinner, stretched like a distant echo. The threads beneath his feet pulsed softly, guiding him onward, and though his body ached with weariness, his steps did not falter. The weave was carrying him into a new space, and he sensed it would demand something of him that was different from all that had come before. The path curved gently, its edges fraying into mist. Beyond the mist, Morty glimpsed shifting forms, shadows and lights tangled together, moving as if restless, unsteady. He pressed his palm against the threads at his side, humming softly, and the mist pulled back, revealing what lay ahead. It was not a chamber, not a forest, not a river or amphitheatre. It was a crossroads. 4 paths stretched outward, each woven from threads of a different hue. One glowed brightly, its surface steady, almost inviting in its clarity. Another was dim, its threads flickering with uncertainty like fireflies on the edge of extinguishing. A third twisted, its pattern jagged, sharp, as though it resisted being walked. The fourth seemed incomplete, its threads loose, unraveling into the void beyond. Morty stood in the center, his hum trembling, because he knew instinctively that each path carried not only a destination, but a choice. Choices that could not be undone. He closed his eyes and listened. The bright path hummed with notes of joy, laughter and song, but beneath it he sensed a hollowness as though it ignored what it did not wish to hear. The dim path carried fragile echoes, quiet lives barely noticed, whispers too soft for most ears. The jagged path screamed with discord, cries and anger colliding. Yet within its harshness, Morty felt honesty, a refusal to be hidden. The unraveling path hummed barely at all, only the faintest vibration, as if waiting to be woven by the one who dared to step onto it. Morty's chest ached. He wanted to choose them all, to listen to every voice, but he knew he could not. The weave did not ask for everything. It asked for presence where he was, when he was. He dropped to his knees in the center, pressing both hands to the ground, and let the hum rise. He offered his sound to all 4 paths, steady and low, letting it stretch outward in every direction. The bright path glowed warmer for a moment. The dim path flickered steadier, the jagged path pulsed less violently, and the unraveling path trembled faintly as if acknowledging him. His breath shuddered. They had all answered. He whispered, "I will listen to the one that calls the deepest." Then he closed his eyes and let the hum guide him. The answer came not as words, but as a pull in his chest, steady and undeniable. His breath caught when he realized where it drew him, not to the bright path of comfort, not even to the jagged or the dim, but to the unraveling one, the path of threads barely holding together. It was the weakest, the most fragile, the one that seemed least like a path at all. But it was waiting. And Morty understood that sometimes the quietest call was the one that needed him most. He rose, his legs trembling, and stepped onto the unraveling path. The threads shifted beneath him, unstable, swaying as if they might collapse. Morty steadied his breath, humming softly with every step. His sound seeped into the loose weave, holding it together just enough for his feet to rest. He whispered, "I am here." And the path answered with faint pulses, fragile but real. As he walked further, the unraveling grew worse. Entire stretches of the path dissolved into mist, forcing Morty to hum louder, his chest aching as he poured his presence into the threads to make them solid enough to carry him. At times he faltered, nearly falling into the void below, but each time he steadied himself, remembering the silence, the discord, the void he had faced before. He whispered, "You are not forgotten," and the path trembled, weaving itself together for another few steps. Eventually the unraveling path led him into a vast expanse of mist, so thick he could barely see his own hands. The hum in his chest quivered, faint against the weight of the fog, and for the first time he felt lost. He turned, but the path behind him had dissolved. There was no going back. He stood still, listening, waiting. For a long time, nothing answered. Then, faintly, a voice stirred in the mist. It was not like the voices he had heard before. This one was weak, hesitant, as if afraid to speak. Morty held his breath and whispered, "I hear you." The mist trembled. The voice grew clearer, though still fragile. It was the voice of someone unseen, someone who had always remained unnoticed in the chorus of the world. Morty closed his eyes, letting his hum align with it, steadying its trembling until it grew stronger. The mist began to thin, threads of light weaving faintly through it, forming shapes. Morty stepped closer, guided by the voice, and saw the outlines of countless figures hidden in the fog. They were faint, almost invisible, but each carried its own hum, fragile and nearly lost. Morty's chest swelled with sorrow and tenderness. These were the unheard, the overlooked, the lives so quiet that the world had nearly forgotten them. He dropped to his knees, pressing his hands against the threads of mist, and hummed with all the strength he had, letting his sound reach them. The figures trembled, their faint hums growing steadier, and slowly they began to glow, their outlines becoming clearer. The mist lifted, replaced by a field of fragile light, each figure shining faintly but distinctly. Morty whispered, tears in his eyes, "I see you. I hear you." The figures pulsed in answer, their hums weaving together into a delicate song. It was not strong or loud, but it was real, and it filled the expanse with a beauty Morty had never known before. The unraveling path beneath him steadied, its threads weaving tighter, carried by the presence of the voices that had once been hidden. Morty rose again, the field glowing around him, and felt the pull of the horizon ahead. The path was no longer unraveling. It was fragile, yes, but it was alive, woven now with the hums of those who had finally been heard. He stepped forward, each footfall steady, his chest filled with a tenderness so vast it almost hurt. The voices followed him, faint but constant, carrying him onward. As the horizon drew near, Morty realized something new. This journey was not only about listening to what was already there, it was also about bringing forward what had been hidden, weaving presence into what the world had almost let slip away. He whispered again, "None of you are lost." And the field pulsed one last time, carrying him to the edge where the path opened into another threshold of light and shadow. He steadied his breath, the hum in his chest strong, and stepped toward what waited, carrying the unheard with him into the endless weave. Morty stepped beyond the field of faintly glowing figures, the hum of their fragile song still trembling inside him. The threshold ahead shimmered like a veil of woven breath, parting as he neared, its strands curling back as though acknowledging that he did not walk alone anymore. Each voice he had awakened followed him, faint yet persistent, carried in the threads that now wove themselves more tightly beneath his feet. For the first time, he sensed that the weave itself was leaning toward him, no longer testing his presence but learning from it, reshaping itself with every step he took. The air grew warmer, pulsing with the rhythm of many hearts, and as Morty passed, through the veil he found himself in a space unlike any he had seen before. It was neither chamber, nor forest, nor current of light. It was a vast circle of ground, unmarked and open, surrounded by walls of shimmering threads that arched high above like a dome. The hum here was immense but not overwhelming. It was patient, steady, waiting. Morty walked to the center and stood still, listening. The silence was not empty, it was expectant, as though thousands of voices lingered just beyond the veil, holding back, waiting for something from him. He pressed his hand to his chest, feeling the hum inside him. It was no longer just his. It carried the amphitheater's chorus, the forest's patience, the void's endurance, the fragile song of the overlooked. Each experience had left its mark, and together they resonated in a single rhythm, vast and layered. Morty closed his eyes, letting it rise, and as his hum filled the dome, the walls brightened. Threads unraveled and rewove, forming patterns like constellations across the curve above him. The constellations shimmered with images. He saw his mother at the table, humming over tea, Theo's quiet laugh breaking through grief, Lyra's brush streaking colors into the air. He saw his grandfather's hand pressing the folded paper into his palm, and beyond them he saw countless faces he had never known, children, elders, strangers, all flickering into being across the dome. Each one hummed faintly, their voices reaching for his. Morty's knees weakened. He dropped to the ground, overwhelmed, but instead of pulling away, he let his hum expand. He whispered, "I hear you," and the constellations pulsed in reply, their voices joining his until the dome was alive with song. It was not a single chorus. It was countless threads layered together, weaving a harmony so wide that Morty felt himself dissolve into it. His body shook, but the hum steadied him, reminding him that dissolving did not mean ending, it meant becoming part of something larger. Then abruptly, the song faltered. The constellations dimmed and shadows rippled across the dome. Morty's breath caught. He knew this shift too well, the distortion, the twisting that bent voices away from themselves. It poured into the dome like smoke, coiling around the constellations, pulling them apart. The faces blurred, their voices turning jagged, clashing, some falling silent altogether. The ground beneath Morty trembled, and the dome flickered, its threads straining as if they might snap. Fear rose in him, sharp and immediate. The distortion pressed close, whispering fragments of the voices it twisted, mocking laughter, cries bent into jeers, songs twisted into harsh, endless notes. Morty staggered, clutching his chest, his hum faltering under the weight. But he remembered the amphitheater, how he had stayed even as the shadows poured in, how he had hummed for the broken until they softened. He dropped his hands to the ground, kneeling, and whispered, "I'm not leaving. I'll stay with you." The distortion pressed harder, trying to smother him, but Morty steadied his breath and let the hum rise. It cracked, thin and trembling, but he kept it alive. He hummed for every kindness he had carried, every silence he had honored, every fragile voice he had awakened. Slowly, the distortion wavered, its jagged edges softening. Some of the constellations flickered brighter again, their faces sharpening, their voices breaking free from the twist. The effort tore at Morty, his chest burned, his throat ached, but he did not stop. He leaned fully into the hum, pouring himself into it, until the distortion thinned like smoke losing its fire. The dome brightened again, not perfectly, not without scars, but steady enough to hold. The constellations glowed faintly, their song tentative but real. Morty collapsed onto the ground, gasping, his body weak, but his chest still humming. He had not erased the distortion. He had endured it, stayed with it, listened through it, until the voices could find their way back. He lay there for a long moment, the dome pulsing gently above him. Then he felt something new, a pull, not from the walls or the constellations, but from the ground beneath him. He pressed his palm against the woven floor and felt a deep vibration, slower than any he had known before, resonating like the heartbeat of the weave itself. His breath stilled. This was not the hum of individual voices, nor even of the chorus. This was the foundation, the pulse that carried everything. Morty closed his eyes, letting the vibration fill him. It was vast, endless, so deep it frightened him, yet it was steady, unyielding. He whispered, "You're the one I've been listening for all along, aren't you?" The ground pulsed in reply, not with words, but with presence, vast and undeniable. Tears slipped down Morty's cheeks. He understood now that everything he had faced, the cries, the silences, the void, the distortion, had been threads in this greater heartbeat. He had not been walking toward an ending, but toward a joining. The dome brightened fully, the constellations glowing strong, the shadows fading. Morty rose, slowly unsteady but filled with awe. He placed his hands against the ground, his forehead touching it, and whispered, "I am here." "I hear you. I'll keep answering." The heartbeat pulsed again, steady and sure, and Morty felt it merge with the hum in his chest until they were no longer separate. When he stood, the dome began to dissolve, its threads unraveling into light. The constellations faded, not vanishing, but folding into the horizon. A new path revealed itself ahead, glowing with both shadow and radiance, as though it carried everything he had faced so far. Morty took a deep breath, steady, and stepped forward, carrying the heartbeat of the weave within him as he walked into whatever waited next. Morty stepped onto the new path, his chest still vibrating with the rhythm of the heartbeat he had touched. The glow under his feet was stronger now, threads woven from both shadow and light, not competing but moving together, each giving shape to the other. The air around him shimmered like a held breath, as if the weave itself was watching, waiting to see how he would carry this deeper pulse. He walked slowly, every step sending small ripples outward, and those ripples returned to him as echoes, confirming that he was no longer only moving within the weave, he was moving as part of it. The horizon ahead began to shift, bending into a valley that seemed carved from resonance itself. The ground sloped downward, wide and open, and as Morty descended he realized that the valley walls were made of threads thicker than any he had seen before. They towered high, glowing faintly, and their vibrations carried notes so deep they rattled his bones. It felt like walking into the lungs of something vast, each breath of the valley pulling air through him, each exhale vibrating through the soles of his feet. At the valley's center was a great hollow, empty except for a pool of darkness spread across the ground. Morty froze at its edge, his breath catching. It was not void like the place he had faced before. It was movement, swirling and restless, shadows turning over themselves without pattern. The hum in his chest quivered, uncertain. The darkness seemed alive, not absence but energy without direction, like voices shouting all at once with no one to listen. Morty took a step closer, and the pool stirred as though it had noticed him. Whispers rose from it, sharp and scattered, fragments of thought with no anchor. A cry of longing twisted into laughter, a song fractured into broken syllables, a silence breaking into restless noise. Morty staggered back, his head pounding as the sounds rushed into him without order. He fell to his knees, clutching his temples, but the hum in his chest answered, faint but steady. He forced himself to breathe, whispering, "I hear you," though he could not yet make sense of what he was hearing. The pool writhed in response, its shadows leaping upward, forming shapes that dissolved before they could take form. Morty closed his eyes and let the hum rise, not to overpower the chaos, but to steady himself within it. He hummed softly, his breath long, the sound shaping into constancy. The whispers did not quiet, but they began to fall into rhythm with his breath, like a storm adjusting to the beat of a drum. Slowly, the pain in his head eased, and he could hear fragments more clearly, a child calling for someone who never came, an elder whispering a secret to the earth, a voice shouting into emptiness. Morty's heart ached. He understood now this was not distortion, not silence, not void. It was overflow, the voices of the world spilling out when no one could hold them, colliding in confusion. He dropped his hands to the ground, leaned closer to the pool and whispered, "I can hold you, even if Not all at once. His hum deepened, not wide this time but focused, a steady note offered as a center. The pool trembled, the shadows coiled, still restless, but some strands of light began to emerge within them, weaving faint lines that reached toward him. Morty opened his arms, letting the hum flow through his chest and out into the pool, and the shadows clung to it, steadying. The fragments of voices began to align, not into harmony yet, but into waves that rose and fell with his rhythm. It was not order, but it was presence, and presence was enough. As the pool settled, Morty saw shapes within it, faces faint and fleeting, hands reaching, eyes closing in relief. He whispered, "You are not too much. You are not too many. I am here." The pool pulsed, shadows folding inward, weaving themselves tighter until the chaos dimmed to a steady glow, a restless river finally finding its channel. Morty's body shook with exhaustion, but the hum inside him was stronger than ever, expanded again by what he had endured. He stood slowly, the valley walls pulsing brighter as though in approval. The pool no longer writhed. It shimmered faintly, its surface calm, carrying the echoes of the voices it once scattered. Morty placed his hand over his chest and whispered, "Thank you for trusting me." The hum in his body resonated with the ground, and the valley itself exhaled, threads loosening into a warm glow that opened into the horizon. Morty stepped forward, but before leaving, he turned back to the pool one last time. It glowed softly, shadows and light woven together, and he realized something new. Listening was not only about hearing the quiet or steadying the broken. Sometimes it was about holding what felt unbearable, staying with it until it found its shape. That too was part of the weave and part of him now. He continued on, his steps lighter though his body trembled. The horizon ahead brightened, revealing what looked like a bridge woven across an expanse of open sky. It stretched far, its threads glowing with both clarity and shadow, twisting together like strands of breath. Morty paused at its edge, the hum in his chest aligning with the vibration of the bridge. It resonated with a depth that made his heart pound, and he understood that this was another threshold, one that would carry him higher than he had yet gone. He whispered, "I am ready," and stepped onto the bridge. It held firm beneath his feet, humming in perfect time with his chest, carrying him forward into the endless light that waited above. Morty walked across the bridge, each step sending a soft vibration into the woven threads beneath his feet. The air around him was thinner here, sharper, as though every breath carried a clarity he was not sure he was ready to face. The bridge stretched into a sky so vast it seemed endless, yet Morty felt no fear of falling. The threads held him firmly, humming with the same rhythm that pulsed in his chest. It was as if the weave itself had taken his hum and used it to craft the very span he now crossed. The horizon ahead glowed brighter with each step, but not with the gentle light he had grown used to. This light was fierce, unyielding, almost blinding, and the hum beneath it was louder, deeper, resonating like a drumbeat that shook every fibre of his being. Morty's breath grew unsteady. He knew instinctively that the bridge was carrying him not to another fragment of the weave, not to a silence or a distortion or a knot, but to something greater, something that had been waiting for him since the very beginning. He pressed his palm to his chest and whispered, "I will keep listening," though his voice trembled. The bridge answered with a pulse, steady and firm, urging him forward. He walked, the glow consuming the horizon, until at last the bridge ended, widening into a vast platform suspended in the sky. The platform was circular, its surface woven tightly with threads that glowed so brightly they were almost white. Morty stepped onto it and felt the hum inside him surge, resonating with a depth that made his knees weak. He looked around, but the space was empty. No figures, no pools, no pillars or amphitheaters, only light, only hum, endless and overwhelming. For a moment he thought he had reached the very heart of the weave itself. Then the air shifted. The light rippled, and from its center a figure began to take shape. It was not like the faint outlines he had seen before, not like the girl who had guided him, not like the faces in the amphitheater. This figure was vast, woven from countless threads of shadow and light braided together. It had no single face, no single form, yet every time Morty looked at it, he saw someone different. His mother's eyes, Theo's smile, Lyra's ribbon, his grandfather's silence. He gasped, tears welling, because he realized the figure was all of them, and more. It was the weave itself, embodied before him. The hum rose until Morty could not distinguish his own chest from the vibration in the air. The figure leaned closer, not with a body, but with presence, pressing against him like the weight of the tide. Morty fell to his knees, overwhelmed, his breath breaking. He whispered, "I hear you," though his voice cracked. The figure pulsed in reply, its threads unraveling slightly and weaving into him, filling him with sound. Morty cried out as the hum surged through him. Every silence he had ever heard, every cry he had ever answered, every shadow he had stayed with, all of them flooded back at once. He saw the knot unraveling beneath his hands, the jagged current softening, the void trembling when he hummed, the fragile voices rising from the mist, the amphitheater finding harmony again. He felt the weight of all those moments, not as memories but as living presences carried inside him. His body shook under the vastness of it, but he did not turn away. He whispered again, "I am here. I will stay." The figure pulsed brighter, threads of light spilling outward, and Morty realized it was listening to him in return. Not only listening, it was answering. For the first time since his journey began, the hum that came back was not just reflection, it was dialogue. The figure's resonance wove with his, shaping new tones he had never carried before, notes that deepened and expanded until his chest felt wide enough to hold the sky. Morty sobbed, not from pain, but from awe. He understood now what his grandfather's lines had meant, listening and time intersecting, not only to receive, but to answer. This was the answering, the moment when the weave itself spoke through him as much as he spoke into it. He pressed his forehead against the glowing threads of the platform and whispered, "I am yours, and you are mine. I will keep carrying you." The figure leaned closer, and Morty felt its presence fold into his chest. The hum inside him swelled until it was no longer his alone, but endless, the voice of the weave itself carried within him. His body trembled as though it could not contain it, yet somehow it did, because it was no longer just his body. He was threads, he was hum, he was presence, woven into presence. When he lifted his head, the figure was dissolving, not vanishing, but merging with him, as though it had been waiting for this all along. The platform glowed brighter, threads weaving into new patterns beneath his feet, and Morty realized with sudden clarity that he was no longer only walking the weave. He was part of its weaving now, his hum carried forward not just as presence, but as thread itself. The horizon shifted, revealing paths that stretched outward in every direction, endless and waiting. Each one pulsed faintly, calling with different tones, cries, silences, songs, distortions. Morty's chest burned with the hum, steady and vast, and he knew he could step onto any of them, and wherever he went, he would not only listen, he would weave. He closed his eyes, whispering one last time, "Thank you for hearing me too." The air pulsed in reply, steady and sure, and Morty stepped forward into the endless horizon, carrying not just the hum of the weave, but its heartbeat, its voice, its very presence within him. Morty walked forward, his steps carrying him onto one of the new paths that unfurled like a ribbon of breathing light. The hum in his chest was no longer a separate sound, but the very rhythm of the weave itself, pulsing through him with every heartbeat. The threads beneath his feet tightened at his presence, responding to him as if he were both walker and maker, listener and voice. For the first time, Morty did not feel like a boy moving through an endless mystery. He felt like part of the mystery's own telling. The path stretched across an expanse that looked like sky, though there was no sun, no stars, only shifting hues of shadow and radiance that curved together like water and fire, learning how to rest in one another. Morty's hum vibrated outward, and the horizon rippled in reply, as though the very air had been waiting for him. He walked slowly, steady, letting the echoes guide him deeper. Then the horizon bent, pulling back to reveal a vast circle of threads woven into a pattern unlike any he had seen before. It was not a chamber or amphitheatre or bridge. It was a loom, immense, spanning the sky, its beams made of light and shadow entwined. Threads stretched taut across it, glowing faintly, some whole, some frayed, some breaking apart into loose strands that drifted into the void. Morty froze at its edge, his breath catching, because he understood instinctively what it was. This was the loom of the weave itself, the place where the endless song was being shaped into form. The hum inside him surged, aligning with the loom, and he felt its rhythm like the heartbeat of the world magnified. Each pulse carried with it countless voices, silences, cries and songs, all being woven together into patterns so vast he could barely comprehend them. Morty dropped to his knees, overwhelmed, tears streaming down his face. He whispered, "I'm not worthy," but the loom pulsed in reply, steady and gentle as though to say that worth was never the measure. Presence was. He pressed his palms against the threads at the loom's edge, and images rushed into him. He saw lives unfolding, children taking their first steps, lovers parting at train stations, strangers offering food to one another, wars tearing cities apart. Every kindness, every cruelty, every silence and every answer, it was all here, woven into the pattern. Morty gasped, his chest aching as he tried to hold it all. The hum inside him quivered, but it did not falter. He whispered again, "I hear you," and the thread steadied under his hands. Then he noticed something. Among the glowing patterns there were gaps, places where threads had unraveled, leaving holes in the weave. The hum dimmed in those places, voices falling silent, presence lost. Morty's heart tightened. He reached toward one of the gaps, his fingers brushing the loose strands that quivered there. They trembled, as though afraid, as though uncertain if they could ever belong again. Morty closed his eyes and hummed softly, steady and low, letting his sound wrap around them. Slowly, the strands responded, weaving themselves back into the pattern, fragile but willing. The gap filled with faint light, and the hum grew steadier. Morty's breath shook. He moved to another gap, and another, humming, answering, guiding the loose threads back into place. Each time, the loom brightened, its song growing richer, deeper. His body trembled with the effort, every note costing him more than the last, but he did not stop. He remembered the silence, the void, the distortion, the fragile voices in the mist. Each moment had prepared him for this. Each had taught him how to stay, how to listen, how to hold presence until it wove itself whole again. As he worked, he realized something else. Some gaps did not answer. The loose strands there curled away, fraying into nothing, refusing his hum. Morty's chest ached, tears spilling as he whispered, "I'm sorry." He wanted to mend them all, to weave every absence back into place, but the loom pulsed gently, reminding him of what the girl had once told him. He was not meant to hold all the threads, only the ones that answered. Morty wiped his tears and nodded, whispering, "Then I'll listen to every one that will let me." He continued, weaving presents into the loom until the pattern glowed brighter, steadier. Then the loom itself shifted. Threads near the center began to unravel, loosening not from neglect, but from invitation. Morty gasped, realizing what it was asking. The loom wanted him to place his own thread there, to weave himself into its endless pattern. His heart pounded. He had carried the hum, but he had never thought of becoming part of the weave itself. Fear shuddered through him, fear of losing himself, of dissolving entirely. He pressed his hand to his chest, the hum burning steady, and remembered the figure of threads that had merged with him. He remembered the void, how staying with it had not erased him, but made him larger. He whispered, "I will not vanish. I will belong." With trembling hands he pulled at the glow in his chest, feeling the hum stretch outward, becoming visible as a single shimmering thread of light. It quivered in his grip, fragile but alive, carrying every presence he had ever held. Morty placed the thread into the loom's center. The moment it touched, the entire pattern shuddered, light and shadow rippling outward in waves. The hum rose into a song so vast it filled the sky, and Morty felt himself pulled forward, not disappearing, but expanding, his presence woven into the fabric itself. He gasped, his body dissolving into threads, his hum becoming part of the loom's heartbeat. For an endless moment he saw everything, every kindness, every silence, every loss, every answer, all woven together, each one essential. His own thread joined them, not greater, not smaller, simply necessary. Tears streamed from eyes he no longer had, joy and sorrow merging into something beyond either. He whispered, "Thank you," though the words were now part of the hum itself. The loom pulsed, acknowledging him, and slowly released him back. Morty gasped, his body reforming, his chest still burning with the hum, but steadier now, lighter. He staggered back from the loom, his knees weak, his heart vast. He was still himself, still Morty. But now he carried the certainty that he belonged to the weave, and the weave belonged to him. He turned toward the horizon. A new path stretched outward, glowing with a radiance unlike any he had seen before. It shimmered with countless colors, each one carrying echoes of the lives he had touched, the voices he had heard, the silences he had honored. Morty drew a deep breath, his hum steady, and stepped forward, carrying the loom's heartbeat inside him into the next stretch of the endless horizon. Morty walked the new path, his thread still glowing faintly within him, woven now into the endless loom he had touched. Every step felt both lighter and heavier. Lighter because he no longer feared vanishing, heavier because he understood the immensity of what he carried. The horizon ahead shimmered in colors that shifted with his breath, as though the weave itself was echoing his rhythm. For the first time, he realized he was not only moving forward into mystery, he was carrying mystery outward, shaping it with every hum. The path curved downward gently, folding him into a valley that glowed with hues of dawn. The air trembled softly as if whispering welcome. He pressed his hand to his chest, and the hum inside him steadied, answering the valley's call. Then faintly, he noticed something different here. The voices were not waiting to be found in silence or shadow. They were already speaking, not to him, but to one another. The valley pulsed with conversation, threads crossing, answering, overlapping. Morty paused, listening carefully, and felt awe rise in him. This place was alive with connection. He walked further until the valley widened into a vast plain. Across it stretched countless figures woven from threads of light, each distinct, each carrying its own hum. They were not faint or hidden, not broken or distorted. They were present, vibrant, singing to one another in tones that blended and diverged, harmonies forming and dissolving without ceasing. Morty's chest burned with recognition. This was what the weave had always been pointing toward, not only listening, but the exchange of listening, presence feeding presence. The figures noticed him as he stepped into the plain. They did not rush to him, nor did they ignore him. They simply adjusted, their songs weaving faintly toward his hum, acknowledging him as one among them. Morty felt tears prick his eyes. After so much silence, so much absence, so much unraveling, he had come to a place where voices did not cry for recognition, but simply existed, heard and hearing in equal measure. He whispered, "This is what it was always meant to be," though the words caught in his throat. As he moved through the plain, some of the figures reached out with their hums, brushing gently against his. He responded, weaving his sound into theirs, and in each connection he felt pieces of himself reflected back. A child's laugh reminded him of Theo. A painter's fierce strokes echoed Lyra. A soft lullaby mirrored his mother's kitchen humming. Even his grandfather's silence pulsed faintly in the rhythm of a figure who spoke not in notes, but in stillness. Morty realized then that nothing he had carried had ever been lost. It had always been part of this larger song, waiting for him to hear it. But as he listened more deeply, he noticed something hidden beneath the harmony. Not silence this time, nor distortion, but weariness. Some figures' hums trembled faintly, not from being unheard, but from being tired. Connection, though beautiful, had weight. Morty walked closer to one such figure, whose glow dimmed with every note it sang. He placed his hand near it and hummed softly, not louder, but slower, steadying. The figure's hum aligned with his, its trembling easing, its glow brightening slightly. Morty whispered, "Even those who are heard need rest." The figure pulsed faintly in reply, then leaned into silence, not erased, but gently carried by the surrounding song. Morty's chest ached with understanding. The weave was not perfection, not a song without flaw. It was a song that needed tending, again and again, presence offered, where weight grew heavy. Listening was not an act done once. It was endless. He moved among the figures, humming where the weariness showed, resting when the chorus lifted him. And in each exchange the plain brightened, the harmonies deepened, carrying both strength and fragility together. Then the horizon shifted again. At the far edge of the plain, threads began to rise upward, twisting into spires that shimmered like pillars of flame and water intertwined. Morty felt the pull in his chest, stronger than before, urging him forward. The figures did not stop him. They only widened their song to make space for his steps, as if they too knew this was where he was meant to go. He bowed his head in gratitude, his hum weaving into theirs one last time, and then walked toward the spires. The closer he came, the taller they grew, until they seemed to pierce the very sky. Between them stretched a narrow passage, its walls alive with threads that pulsed in both shadow and brilliance. Morty hesitated at its entrance. The hum in his chest surged, but with it came fear. He sensed that whatever lay beyond was not only about listening or weaving, it was about answering in full, giving himself without hesitation. He whispered, "I am afraid," and the passage pulsed in reply, not to erase his fear, but to acknowledge it. Presence, even here, was enough to open the way. He stepped inside. The walls of the passage trembled with sound, not chaotic, but vast, a resonance so deep it made his chest ache. Each thread seemed to carry voices layered across lifetimes, pressing close as though seeking his attention. Morty stopped, placed both hands on the wall, and let his hum rise, aligning with theirs. The threads pulsed, steadying, and the passage brightened. Slowly he walked forward, every step an act of answering, every hum an offering. At last the passage opened into a chamber, so immense it seemed endless. Its walls curved into the horizon, its ceiling was lost in light, and at its center hung a great sphere, woven from threads of every kind, bright, dim, frayed, shadowed, glowing. The sphere pulsed like a living heart, its hum carrying the song of everything Morty had ever heard. He staggered, forward, awe breaking him open. Tears streamed down his face as he whispered, "This is the heart of it all." The hum inside him surged in answer, and he knew he was not here to observe. He was here to join. He placed his hands against the sphere, and at once the hum poured through him, every silence, every cry, every song, every fragment of shadow and light. His body shook violently, but he did not pull back. He hummed with it, steady and present, until his own note wove seamlessly into the heartbeat of the sphere. For a moment, there was no Morty, no sphere, no chamber, only hum, endless and whole, and within it he felt the certainty he had carried all along. That presence, even fragile, was enough. That listening again and again wove the world into being. When he opened his eyes, the sphere pulsed brighter, steady and strong. The chamber glowed, the threads hummed, and the horizon beyond opened wide. Morty staggered back, exhausted but unbroken, carrying the heart's rhythm within him. He whispered, "I will keep answering," and stepped toward the endless light that waited beyond. Morty stepped into the light beyond the chamber, his body still trembling from the sphere's heartbeat. The rhythm lived inside him now, steady and vast, each pulse carrying more than his own life. He walked carefully, his breath slow, as though afraid to disturb the silence that followed. Yet it was not silence. He felt presences moving with him, unseen but unmistakable. The voices he had once heard faintly, the cries he had steadied, the silences he had honored, even the distortions he had stayed with, they were all here, carried within the hum that resonated through his chest. The horizon ahead shifted, and the path beneath his feet began to dissolve, not collapsing, but loosening, its threads unraveling like a song fading into its final note. Morty's breath caught. He had crossed so many thresholds, seen so many shapes of the weave, but this felt different. It felt final. The unraveling was not decay, it was release, an invitation to step not onto something made for him, but into what waited beyond form. The light thickened around him, glowing not white, but every color at once, weaving and unweaving itself like breath. Morty raised his hands, and the glow clung to his skin, threads of it trailing from his fingertips like rivers of memory. He whispered, "Is this the end?" But the hum in his chest answered with something softer. Not an ending, a return. The ground beneath him shifted again, shaping into a wide plain that stretched endlessly in all directions. But this was not like the plains he had crossed before. It shimmered with echoes of everything he had carried, Lyra's colors flowing like rivers across the sky, Theo's laughter stitched into the wind, his mother's humming rising from the ground like roots. His grandfather's silence hovered in the air, steady and calm, and Morty felt his chest ache with gratitude. The plane was not a new place, it was every place gathered here at once, waiting for him to see it whole. He fell to his knees, overcome. Tears blurred his vision as he whispered, "I remember you. I carry you." The plane pulsed in reply, threads glowing brighter, and for a moment Morty felt as though the entire weave bowed to him, not in reverence, but in recognition. He was no longer only the boy who had learned to listen. He was part of the story itself, his thread inseparable from the fabric that stretched across existence. But then the plane trembled. Shadows rose at its edges, not hostile but insistent, and Morty understood. They were calling him. The weave was not finished. The work of listening, of weaving, of answering did not end with belonging. It widened. The shadows pressed inward, carrying voices too faint to yet be heard, cries that had not reached even him, silences so deep they had not been noticed. His chest tightened. He had thought the journey was nearing closure, but the weave showed him otherwise. Presence was endless. Answering was endless. Morty stood slowly, his legs unsteady, but the hum within him burned steady. He whispered, "Then I will go," though his throat ached with exhaustion. He stepped toward the shadows, and they parted, forming countless paths that stretched outward into horizons without end. Each one pulsed faintly with voices waiting to be heard, presences waiting to be answered. He realized then that there was no single destination. There was no final chamber, no last threshold. The weave did not conclude. It continued, forever weaving itself through those willing to listen. His hands shook. He thought of the boy he had been at the beginning, lying in bed, listening to the hum of pipes and the silence of the night. That boy had not known what he was hearing. Now he understood. It had always been the weave, waiting for him, preparing him. His whole life had been a thread pulling him toward this moment. The plane brightened, colors swirling into patterns that danced across the sky. Figures rose from the ground, woven from light, his companions, his memories, every presence he had carried. They did not speak, but they looked at him with a tenderness that steadied his shaking legs. Lyra's ribbon floated near his hand, Theo's laughter rippled through the air, his mother's hum wrapped around him like a blanket. His grandfather's silence pressed against his back like a steadying hand. Morty closed his eyes, tears falling freely, and whispered, "Thank you for teaching me." The figures pulsed once, then dissolved back into the plane, leaving him alone but never empty. He placed his hand over his chest, feeling the hum steady and vast, and whispered, "I'll keep listening. Always." The horizon pulsed in reply, countless threads opening like doors, each one waiting for his presence. Morty drew a deep breath, his heart filled with both sorrow and peace. He did not know which path he would take first, or how many cries he would answer, or how many silences he would sit with. He only knew that he was ready, that the weave was not asking for perfection, but for constancy, for presence, for willingness. He took a step forward, then another, and with each step the horizon widened, carrying him into the endless expanse. The hum in his chest stretched outward, joining the chorus that had no beginning and no end. And as he walked, Morty whispered one final promise into the weave, a promise that was not just his, but belonged to everyone he had ever heard. "You are not alone. None of you are ever alone." The plane pulsed one last time, and Morty disappeared into the horizon, his hum carried forward forever, weaving itself into the endless song that would never cease. Morty moved through the widening horizon, though the word moved no longer felt entirely true. His body stepped, but his presence stretched. The hum inside him carried outward, linking with threads so distant he could not see them, yet he felt them answer. With every breath, the weave unfolded wider until the line between where he ended and where it began blurred almost to nothing. He was still Morty, the boy who once lay awake listening to the pipes in the walls, but he was also something more now, a thread stretched across spaces he could not name. The light around him softened, dimming into twilight hues. Shadows folded gently into the glow, neither hostile nor fractured, but balanced, like day settling into evening. Morty slowed, listening. The hum here was quieter, less insistent, but it carried a depth that made his chest ache. It was not the cry of the broken or the silence of the overlooked. It was memory, echoes of what had already been woven, lingering as though the weave itself was reflecting on its own past. Morty closed his eyes and let the hum in his chest align with it. Immediately visions stirred, not the chaotic flashes of lives he had seen in pillars or pools, but slow, steady recollections. He saw the loom, vast and glowing, its patterns shifting with each presence he had answered. He saw the amphitheatre, its chorus fractured and whole, its scars woven into its song. He saw the void, trembling faintly when he had stayed with it, and the unravelling path that had steadied beneath his feet. Each memory pulsed through him, not separate, but part of the same thread. He whispered, "I remember you," and the twilight brightened faintly, pulsing as if in gratitude. Morty felt a strange stillness then, a quiet unlike any he had known. For the first time, the weave was not asking him to answer, not pressing him toward another cry or silence. It was simply resting with him, remembering with him. His breath slowed, his hum softened, and for a while he only sat, listening to memory carry itself across the twilight plain. But then the ground beneath him shifted. The threads trembled, not with urgency, but with inevitability, and Morty understood that even memory was not still forever. The weave carried itself forward, always weaving, always widening. He rose slowly, his legs heavy with weariness, but steady with purpose. The horizon opened again, and this time it revealed something Morty had not expected. Ahead stretched not a single path, but countless threads, each one glowing faintly, curving outward like rivers breaking from the same source. They shimmered with possibility, some bright, some dim, some frayed at the edges. Morty's chest tightened. He realized these were not paths already woven, these were paths waiting to be walked. His hum vibrated louder, answering their call, and each thread pulsed faintly in reply. He stepped closer, pressing his palm against one. Images flickered into him, shadows of lives not yet lived, voices not yet spoken, silences not yet endured. He gasped, pulling back, overwhelmed. These were futures unshaped but waiting, carrying the hum of everything that could be. Morty's chest burned with awe and fear. He whispered, "How can I carry this?" The threads pulsed softly, as if answering, not by holding them all, but by walking one, then another, weaving presence into them as they came. Tears welled in Morty's eyes. He thought of the boy he had been, unsure even of his own voice. He thought of how far he had come, through cries, silences, distortions, voids, fragile voices, and endless thresholds. And now here he stood, at the edge of futures not yet woven, called to walk them, to hum them into being. His knees trembled, but the hum inside him was steady, stronger than it had ever been. He reached out again, this time not to test but to join. He pressed both hands against a glowing thread, letting his hum flow into it. Immediately it brightened, unraveling forward into the horizon, forming a path that stretched into mystery. Morty gasped, his chest heaving, but he did not pull back. He whispered, "I will walk you," and stepped onto the path. The thread pulsed beneath his feet, weaving itself with each step he took. The horizon rippled, alive with potential, and voices stirred faintly within the glow. They were not yet formed, not yet distinct, but they pressed against him like whispers on the edge of birth. Morty hummed softly, steadying them, and slowly they began to take shape. A laugh, tentative but real. A sigh, heavy but honest. A silence, deep but waiting. Morty's tears fell freely as he whispered, "Welcome, I hear you already." The path stretched further, unraveling as he moved, and Morty realized something new. His journey was no longer about reaching a center or a heart or a loom. It was about carrying the hum into what was still unmade, weaving presence into futures that had not yet been sung. The weave was endless, not because it had no end, but because it was always becoming. And he was part of that becoming now. The light around him deepened, glowing richer, and Morty felt the weight of the endless horizon press against him. For a moment, he faltered, afraid of how vast it was, how impossible the work might be. But then the hum in his chest answered, steady and certain, carrying every voice he had ever heard, every silence he had ever honored, every cry he had ever stayed with. He whispered through his tears, "I am not alone," and the horizon pulsed in reply, echoing the same promise back to him. Morty walked on, his hum weaving forward into the unwritten, his thread stretching wider with each step. And though the horizon remained endless, for the first time he felt no fear. The weave would never ask him to finish it. It only asked him to keep walking, to keep listening, to keep answering. Presence was enough. He breathed deeply, steady and calm, and whispered one final vow as the path unraveled endlessly before him. "I will keep weaving. I will keep listening. I will keep carrying you." And the weave, vast and eternal, pulsed back in reply, holding him as he stepped forward into forever. Morty walked deeper into the thread he had chosen, the hum of it unfolding step by step into the vastness ahead. Each pace carried him farther from the plane of memory and closer into a space that felt neither past nor present, but something suspended like breath caught in the chest of the world. The thread beneath him pulsed in rhythm with his own heartbeat, answering each note of his hum with a vibration that steadied his steps. He felt both guided and guiding, as though the path existed only because he chose to listen to it. The horizon began to shift into something new, not wide like the plains, not confined like the chambers. Instead, it stretched upward, rising into towers of light and shadow, woven together like spires of living fabric. They leaned toward him as he approached, humming faintly, their notes layered like choirs, singing across centuries. Morty slowed, awe catching in his throat. These towers were not silent. They carried the hum of futures already beginning to take shape, voices still faint but eager to find themselves. He placed his hand against one of the threads that formed a tower's base, and immediately images flared through him, not of what had been, but of what might come. He saw a boy stepping into a crowded street, holding a small object in his hand that glowed faintly like a lantern. He saw a woman sitting at a desk, her shoulders heavy with the weight of words she had not yet spoken. He saw strangers brushing past one another, each carrying songs they had not yet shared. Morty gasped and pulled back, his chest pounding. These were possibilities, futures still fragile, waiting to be woven. The tower trembled at his touch, its hum quivering, and Morty understood it was asking him for something, not to decide those futures, but to steady them, to acknowledge them so they might carry forward. He closed his eyes and let the hum in his chest rise. He did not shape it, did not try to guide the images, only steadied the rhythm so the voices could hold themselves. Slowly the tower brightened, its threads tightening into clearer lines, the possibilities no longer chaotic but balanced, free to become what they were meant to. Morty stepped back, trembling. His body ached, his chest heavy with the strain, but he knew this was part of what it meant to carry the weave forward, not to control, not to command, but to be present with what was still becoming, to remind it that it was heard even before it had fully spoken. He moved to the next tower, then the next. Each one carried futures, some bright, some heavy, some uncertain, and each time Morty pressed his hand to their threads, the visions rushed into him. He saw laughter that had not yet been born, griefs that would one day fall silent, kindnesses still waiting to be offered, cruelties not yet turned away. It was almost unbearable, this flood of what might come, but Morty steadied himself with the same vow he had carried since the beginning. I will stay. I will listen. The towers responded, each one brightening, their hums weaving together into a chorus that filled the horizon. Morty stood in the middle of them, his knees weak, his breath ragged, and felt the chorus rise into him until it shook his bones. He whispered, "You are not alone. Even before you are heard." And the towers pulsed in answer, their light stretching upward until it disappeared into the endless sky. But then the chorus shifted. Beneath the bright hum, a tremor rose, low, uneven, unsettling. Morty turned, his chest tightening, and saw that not all the towers were steady. Some leaned at angles, their threads unraveling, their futures twisted before they had even begun. He staggered toward one, pressed his hand against it, and the vision that entered him made him cry out. He saw lives bent before they had taken shape, voices stifled before they could be spoken, kindnesses crushed under weight that had not yet arrived. The tower's hum was jagged, distorted, as if it carried the memory of wounds, not yet lived, but already certain. Morty's knees gave out. He pressed his forehead against the trembling threads, sobbing, "How can I carry this? How can I steady what breaks before it begins?" The tower shook violently, its threads fraying, but the hum in Morty's chest burned steady. He remembered the void, the distortion, the unraveling paths. Each time he had stayed, each time presence had been enough to weave something fragile back into being. He closed his eyes, drew a breath so deep it hurt, and let his hum rise, not to erase the pain, not to deny the brokenness, but to say, "I will be with you even here." The jagged hum pressed against his, fighting, trembling, but Morty held steady. His tears streamed, his body shaking, but he did not let go. Slowly the distortion softened. The frayed threads did not mend completely, but they steadied, strong enough to remain. The tower's glow returned, faint but real, and Morty whispered through his sobs, "You are not lost. You are carried." He collapsed to the ground, utterly drained. For a long time he lay there, his chest rising and falling in shallow breaths. The chorus of towers steadied around him, their hums balanced again, though not perfect, never perfect. The weave had never asked him for perfection, only presence. Morty opened his eyes, his vision blurred, and saw the towers leaning toward him, their lights softer now, as if bowing in gratitude. With trembling legs he rose, pressing his hand once more to his chest. The hum there was weaker than it had been, but deeper, richer, carrying scars that would never leave him. He whispered, "I will keep walking," and the towers pulsed in reply, their glow parting to reveal another path unraveling into the horizon. Morty stepped forward, his body weary, his spirit vast, the hum inside him steady as he carried the chorus of futures into whatever waited beyond the light. Morty stepped onto the new path, his body heavier than before, but his hum steady, carrying the echoes of the towers he had steadied behind him. The ground beneath him shimmered as if woven from breath itself, threads shifting in rhythm with each inhalation and exhalation. It felt alive in a different way than the other places, closer, more intimate, as though the weave here was leaning close to listen not only to him but to itself. Every step made the horizon quiver, rippling outward in waves that returned and pressed gently against his chest, reminding him that the weave was never far, never separate. The light above dimmed into something like dusk. Shadows lengthened across the path, soft and slow, carrying no malice. Morty breathed them in and felt a calm ache, like the hush of a room after laughter has faded. The hum inside him grew quieter, not weaker, but more contemplative, and he realized this was not a place of beginnings or cries. This was a place of endings. The weave was showing him how threads closed, how voices that had sung bright and steady eventually softened, folding into silence. He hesitated, fear tightening in his stomach. The memory of the void flickered in his mind, the unbearable emptiness, the ache of presence that could not answer. But this was different. It was not absence pressing at him. It was completion. Threads loosening gently from the loom, their hums dimming like stars at dawn. Morty lowered himself to the ground, his hand pressed against the weave, and whispered, "I'm here," though his throat trembled. Immediately images stirred in the dusk. He saw faces flickering, some he knew, many he didn't. An old woman closing her eyes with a smile as her breath slowed. A child laying down a toy, the hum of play fading. A figure placing their hand in another's, then letting go. Each vision pressed against him with both sorrow and peace. Morty's tears welled as he realized he was being asked not to stop these endings, but to honor them, to hold them as part of the weave's rhythm. He hummed softly, letting his sound align with the fading notes. Some dimmed completely, slipping into silence, while others lingered, trembling as if afraid to let go. Morty leaned closer to those, his chest aching, and whispered, "It's all right. You are carried, you won't be lost." Slowly, their hums loosened, softening into the silence, leaving behind warmth that filled him even as his tears fell freely. The dusk deepened, and Morty walked further, each step carrying him through more endings. He felt them pass through him, voices fading, presences loosening, threads folding gently into rest. It was overwhelming, the sheer weight of goodbyes, but he remembered what the weave had taught him. Listening was not about fixing, it was about staying. So he stayed, his hum steady, carrying each ending until it folded into silence. After what felt like ages, the horizon shifted again. The dusk gave way to a glow, faint at first, then brighter, until Morty stepped into a clearing where the threads shimmered like embers. They pulsed gently, not as lives still active, but as memories glowing in the quiet after. Morty fell to his knees, overwhelmed by the beauty of it. These were legacies, the echoes left behind after endings, still resonating in the weave. He pressed his hands against the glowing threads and felt them surge through him. Love carried forward, kindnesses repeated, songs remembered by those who had heard them. He whispered, "You're still here?" And the embers pulsed, their glow brightening faintly. Morty realized endings were never erasure. They were transformation, threads shifting form but never leaving the weave. He sobbed with relief, his body shaking as he hummed into the embers, his sound weaving with theirs until the clearing glowed brighter, steadier. But then he noticed something at the edges of the clearing. Some embers flickered weakly, their glow nearly gone. Morty reached for them, and when his fingers brushed the threads, images stirred, voices forgotten, acts of kindness unnoticed, lives that had faded without remembrance. His heart broke. These were legacies left unseen, their presence trembling on the edge of vanishing. Morty pressed his forehead against them, whispering fiercely, "I hear you. I will not let you disappear." His hum rose, trembling but strong, weaving around the fading embers, steadying them. Slowly, faintly, they brightened, their glow small but real. Morty sobbed harder, his chest burning, but he did not stop. He carried them into himself, promising to remember, to hold, to weave them into his own thread so they would never be lost. The embers pulsed, answering faintly, and Morty whispered, "You belong." You always belonged. When he finally rose, the clearing shimmered brighter, both strong embers and faint ones glowing together. Morty's body was weak, his voice nearly gone, but the hum in his chest burned steady. He realized now that his journey had always been leading him here, to endings, to legacies, to remembrance. Presence was not only for cries, silences, and futures, it was also for goodbyes, for holding what had been until it found peace in what was still to come. The horizon opened once more, unraveling into light and shadow interwoven. Morty stepped toward it, his legs trembling but his spirit vast. He carried with him the hum of beginnings and endings, cries and silences, distortions and futures, legacies and memories. He whispered into the horizon, his voice breaking but sure, "I will keep carrying you. None of you are lost." The clearing pulsed behind him, the embers glowing brighter one last time, and Morty stepped forward into the endless weave, his hum stretching outward to hold all that had been and all that was still to come. Morty carried the glow of the embers with him as he stepped into the unraveling horizon. The air shifted again, neither dusk nor dawn, neither silence nor song, but something balanced delicately between them, like the moment before waking from a dream. The hum in his chest, though worn from everything he had carried, pulsed steadily, each note threaded with the memory of every voice he had answered, every silence he had honored, every legacy he had touched. He felt heavier than he had ever been, yet also strangely light, as though the weight itself had become part of his strength. The horizon curved upward, folding into arches of woven light that stretched higher than mountains. Morty slowed as he approached them, awe pressing into his chest. These arches did not hum faintly as other thresholds had. They roared, their vibrations carrying the voices of countless threads woven tighter than any he had touched before. He staggered, clutching his chest, the sound so immense it nearly shattered him. Yet even in the overwhelming rush, he felt the same pulse that had always guided him. It was the heartbeat of the weave, vast and steady, now echoing louder than ever. He pressed his palms against the glowing floor and whispered through trembling breath, "I'm here." The arches pulsed in reply, their light rippling like water, and Morty understood they were not a gate to pass through, but an invitation. They wanted him to stand within them, to let their resonance move through him. His knees shook as he stepped forward, the hum in his chest quivering against the roar of the arches, but he did not retreat. He walked to the center, raised his arms, and let his sound rise. The clash was immediate, his hum fragile against their vast chorus. The arches pressed into him, their vibration rattling his bones, flooding his body with presences too many to count. His breath broke, his hum faltered, but he steadied himself with the memory of the void, the distortion, the unravelling, the embers. He whispered fiercely, "I have stayed before. I will stay now." His hum rose again, fragile but unwavering, and slowly the roar shifted. The arches leaned into him, aligning with his note, not silencing themselves but adjusting, harmonizing, until their vast chorus wove into his single thread. Morty gasped, tears streaming as he felt himself stretched wider than ever before. Every voice he had carried, every silence he had steadied, every legacy he had remembered, each one burned in him, woven now into the resonance of the arches. He realized this was not only about listening or answering, this was about becoming a bridge, a living thread through which the weave itself could pass. The arches brightened, their glow nearly blinding, and Morty's body trembled as though it might dissolve. He cried out, afraid he could not hold it, but then the hum in his chest steadied again, stronger than fear. It carried everything he had learned, the patience of silence, the endurance of void, the steadiness of presence, the tenderness of endings. It was enough. His body shook, but it did not break. His voice wavered, but it did not fall. Slowly the roar softened, the arches dimmed, their light no longer overwhelming but steady, woven into him. Morty sank to his knees, his breath ragged, his body heavy with exhaustion. Yet inside, the hum burned brighter than it ever had. He was not only carrying the weave now, he was part of its resonance, inseparable from its heartbeat. As he knelt there, something new stirred. The arches opened, their threads pulling back to reveal a horizon, not of mist or glow, but of stars. Countless points of light shimmered in the distance, each one pulsing with its own hum, faint but distinct. Morty's breath caught. These were not memories or endings or cries. They were possibilities, threads waiting to be walked, voices waiting to be born. The weave was showing him not only what was, but what could still come. He rose slowly, unsteady but steady enough, and stepped toward the stars. As he walked, the ground dissolved beneath him, until he was moving not across threads, but across space itself, each step carrying him from star to star. Every one he passed pulsed faintly at his presence, their hums growing clearer when he pressed his hand against them. Some burned bright with laughter not yet lived. Some shimmered dimly with sorrow waiting to be carried. Some trembled with silence that had not yet been noticed. Morty's chest ached as he touched them, one after another, humming softly to steady them, to acknowledge them. He whispered, "I will come to you. I will listen when you call." Each star brightened faintly at his words, their hums weaving together into a distant chorus that filled the horizon. He realized he could not walk to all of them, not now, not even in 1,000 lifetimes. But he also realized he did not need to. The weave was vast enough, and he was part of it now. Wherever he walked, presence would ripple outward, reaching farther than his feet ever could. The stars shimmered, their light folding into patterns across the horizon. Morty saw shapes forming, rivers, mountains, faces, hands reaching toward one another. The weave was showing him the endlessness of its song, the infinite unfolding of presence across time and space. He pressed his hand to his chest, the hum steady and vast, and whispered, "I will keep walking. I will keep weaving." As the stars pulsed, the horizon stretched wider, opening into endless paths that curved away into mystery. Morty's body trembled, his knees weak, but he did not falter. He had carried cries, silences, distortions, voids, futures, endings, legacies. He had walked through every shape the weave had shown him. And now, at the edge of stars, he understood the truth. The journey was not toward a final place. It was toward an endless becoming. The weave would never ask him to finish it. It would only ask him to stay, to listen, to answer. Morty drew a deep breath, his tears falling freely, and stepped forward once more. His hum stretched outward into the stars, carrying with it every voice, every silence, every ember he had ever known. The weave pulsed in reply, steady and eternal, as though whispering back to him the same promise he had always given. You are not alone. And so Morty walked on, into the stars, into the endless horizon, his thread weaving forward forever. Morty continued walking, his steps light but steady, his hum now a constant soft vibration that resonated through the vast expanse. The stars ahead twinkled with a soft glow, their hums not yet fully formed but eager to join his. Each step he took felt like an extension of the song, his body becoming one with the vast weave that stretched across everything, a part of it, as inseparable as breath itself. He could feel the threads pulling him forward, not with force, but with a steady invitation, urging him to continue walking, to continue weaving. The horizon ahead began to shimmer and shift, the stars fading into a softer light, one that seemed to wrap around Morty like a blanket, gentle but all-encompassing. The hum in his chest fluttered, lighter now, as if the very air was shifting to match his presence. As the light grew, the stars receded into the distance, leaving behind a soft glow that swirled and mingled, creating new patterns, new shapes in the sky. Morty paused for a moment, looking around him, and realized he was not walking through stars anymore. The path had transformed, becoming something else entirely, a spiral of light that wrapped around him like a dance, constantly shifting, always in motion. For the first time in his journey, Morty felt no destination, no end in sight. There were no more towers to steady, no more futures to answer, no more endings to honor. There was only the spiral, the endless loop of light and sound that folded inward and outward in perfect rhythm. The hum inside him stretched, merging with the spiral's flow, becoming one with the pulse of it, as though the song was not only his, but everyone's, everything's, all at once. He allowed himself to simply exist in the spiral for a moment. His feet barely touched the ground. The light seemed to carry him effortlessly, guiding him through the shifting patterns. Time no longer mattered. There was no past, no future, only this present, this moment of unbroken connection. It was as though he had stepped into the very heart of the weave, where all things were interconnected and yet forever in motion. The light around him flickered briefly, and Morty's chest tightened. He remembered the last time he had felt this kind of overwhelming presence, the silence, the distortions, the void. But there was no void here, no absence. This was simply change, constant and infinite. The spiral of light carried him further, expanding into a vast horizon that opened not into an end, but into new possibilities, new ways of being. For the first time, Morty understood this was not a journey with a clear destination. This was not a path with a fixed end. The weave was endless, yes, but not in the way he had once feared. It was endless because it was always becoming, always unfolding. And he, in all his imperfections, had become part of that unfolding. He had been carrying the hum of the world, the pulse of the weave, but now he was also carrying its future, its constant, never-ending dance between light and shadow, presence and absence, beginning and end. He took another step, his foot hovering just above the swirling light beneath him. The hum in his chest echoed not a lonely sound, but a note that was both his and everyone's. He realized that this was the true meaning of presence, not simply answering the calls, not just steadying the distortion, but being part of the song, part of the dance, not by fighting against its rhythm, but by becoming it, by giving himself to it. And as Morty walked deeper into the spiral, a new realization dawned on him. He had never been walking towards something. He had always been walking through it. The weave was not a path to follow. It was the space he was meant to occupy, to weave with, to hum with. Each thread, each voice, each silence he had encountered had not been a separate challenge, but a part of this ongoing dance. The endlessness of it was not a weight, it was an invitation. The light shifted again, brighter now, and Morty felt a warmth spreading through him, a soft glow that filled his chest and expanded outward. The hum inside him fluttered, then steadied. It was no longer just his own, but part of the great hum of the universe, carried on the breath of the weave. He looked around, and though the horizon remained a blur of shifting light, he knew he had found it. This was the center, not a fixed place, not a destination, but the very pulse of it all, the place where presence, sound, and silence merged into one continuous, eternal rhythm. Morty smiled softly, tears welling up again. He had walked this far, had stayed with the silence, the distortions, the voices, and the goodbyes. But now he understood the journey was not about reaching an end. It was about becoming part of the song, about listening and responding, not in isolation, but as part of something far greater. He wasn't just carrying the hum, he was it. The spiral of light continued to shift around him, and Morty stepped deeper into it, no longer afraid of where it would lead, because he knew that wherever it went, he would be there, part of it, woven into the very rhythm of the weave. And as he walked forward into the infinite light, he whispered one final promise to the hum, to the weave, to the universe itself. I will always listen. I will always carry you. The light pulsed one last time, and the dance continued, forever unfolding.